Could all lap counters please report to pool deck? Could all lap counters please report to pool deck now? Thank you. Could all lap counters please report to pool deck? Could all lap counters please report to pool deck now? Thank you. Hello and welcome to the opening session of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We are starting this afternoon's program with our girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. We have 4 timed finals. All rostered on volunteers for lap counting. Remember, that's every swimmer has to provide their own lap counter. Please report down to pool deck immediately. We are unable to start until each lane has their rostered on lap counter. So please come down to pool deck now. For those rostered on in later heats, make sure you are watching the heat in front of you so you are down on pool deck with plenty of time so we can always keep moving with our 1500s. So all lap counters, please report to pool deck now. And we are underway in our opening heat of our opening event at our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. It's great to have our live stream back on our Swimming Victoria YouTube channel as well as KO Freebies. And we'll be on KO Freebies throughout the long course season for all our Swimming Victoria Championship events. Our 1500 metres are time finals. We also have a number of different age group categories competing together. So state titles and medal winners will be split in the 12-year-old age group, the 13-year-old age group, the 14-year-old age group, the 15-year-old age group, the 16-year-old age group, and the 17-18-year-old age group. So in this opening heat of our time finals, we are swimming our 1500 time finals from fastest heat first. We have a mix of 14, 15 and 16-year-olds as they're now settling into their rhythm 150 metres into their swim. So at the 200 metre mark, Lucy Doyle has now taken over the lead from Jessica Osborne, with Madison Brand sitting in third. So Mattioli sitting in 1-3, and our visitor from Marion sitting in the second place at the moment. So both Lucy and Madison are our 16-year-old athletes, with Jessica 15. So now that athletes have settled in after their start, we should start to see them repeating these hundreds on their goal target pace that they'd set for themselves before their race. So Lucy Doyle had an entry time of 17:30.24. That means she's averaging 110 per 100. So she'll be looking to sit around that 35 second per 50 to match her personal best time. So it is still Lucy who leads ahead of Jessica and Madison, as we're now heading towards the 400 metre turn. And they're all on that sort of 35 second 50 speed, so holding a really good speed there to try and hit that 17.5 minute mark by the conclusion of this 1500. Another 35.0 there from Lucy. She's just slowly starting to extend her lead over Jessica Osborne. With Madison and Ava in that 5 and 6 sitting nicely. So 34.5 second 50 there from Lucy Doyle to really sort of put the afterburners on and extend her lead. Gained almost 3/4 of a second over Jessica Osborne on that 50 and it's pulled out to a 3 body length lead. Madison Brands holding a body length lead in that battle for 3rd place with Ava, a visitor from Hobart Aquatic down in Tasmania. So again, under the 35 second there from Lucy Doyle. She's put in a good last 150 metres to really stamp her authority on this heat. And it's out to a 7.5 metre lead over Jessica Osborne, with Madison Brown still sitting in 3rd place. A nice little developing battle down in lane 7, 8 and 9 between Emily, Harper and Mia Jane as they turn through that 50 all within half a second of each other. But Lucy's doing a really good job of when she pops out of each turn, working those legs, coming up with good speed out of that turn, then settling back into her rhythm through the middle of the 50. So through the 700 metre mark, Lucy turns in an 8:04.29. Again, once holding under that 35 second 50 split. So Lucy has continued to extend her lead, but the margin between 2nd and 3rd, Jessica and Madison, has remained at about 2 body lengths for the last 300 metres. We know that Madison is a really good open water swimmer, so we expect that second half of her 1500 to be quite strong. So we're past the halfway as we turn through the 800 now. And Lucy's extended out to almost a 15 metre lead over Jessica. With Madison now extending her hold on 3rd place over Ava and maintaining just that 2 body lengths deficit in that battle for 2nd to the wall in this heat. A reminder that these swimmers are competing for different state titles and medals, with both Lucy and Madison in the 16-year-old age group, with Jessica as a 15-year-old. So Madison made up 0.4 of a second on that 50 on Jessica in that battle for 2nd in this heat, as Lucy continues to extend her lead. She's doing a really good job of just maintaining that nice smooth tempo that she has. Her rate hasn't changed since that opening 100. She works through this turn and really uses those legs as she pops up off the wall once again. So those first 8 or 9 metres off every wall, she's really using those legs, accelerating into that new 50 and then settling back down into a rhythm that she's maintaining for the rest of the 50. So as we watch her go through that turn, one dolphin kick, then popping up that nice strong 6-speed kick for those first 6 strokes off the wall, and then settling back into her rhythm as she continues to extend her lead here in the opening heat and time final of the girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle here at our Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. At our Age Championships, we do have a large proportion of representatives from all other Australian states and countries, 4 other countries: New Zealand, Thailand, Singapore and Japan. So this is a good representation in this heat, as we have a swimmer in lane 0, Maeve, who's from New Zealand, as well as our South Australian and Tasmanian visitors in our opening heat of the girls 12 to 18 1500 freestyle. So as now we approach the 1100 metre turn, Lucy's extended out to a 15 metre lead. Jessica and Madison are still 2 body lengths apart from each other, as they have been for the last 400 metres. You see Lucy now a couple of 35 low second 50s. See if she can get back into those 34 highs. She's on track for a really good swim here in our opening heat of our opening events at our state age championships here at MSAC. So Lucy's just overtaken one of our South Australian competitors, swimming for Norwood, Alexandra Hero. Alexandra had an entry time of 18:02. So through the 1200, 300 left, and once again Lucy's popping up out of every turn and really accelerating those first 10 metres off the wall, getting that 6-speed kick going nice and strongly. Does look like it's bringing a smile to her coach's face over on the far side of the pool deck. So our 16-year-old state title was won last year by Michaela Larkin in an 18:11.49. So Lucy Doyle looks like she's well and truly going to be swimming comfortably underneath that time. And she's approaching the wall with 200 metres left to swim. Got 200 to go. Turns through in a 15:08. Challenge will be, can she go under that 17:30 entry time she has? She's right on track for that. She's been putting into a really good swim, holding those 35 lows for the last couple of 100 metres. If she can maintain that and pick it up on that last 100, she's in with a good chance to swim a personal best. So once again, popping out off that turn, really strong 6-speed kick for the first 10 metres off the wall, and she's now trying to maintain it through this 50. So she's kept her legs in for the first 20 metres there before settling back into her rhythm. And she goes past her coach on the far side of the pool. She's trying to respond and increasing those legs again in this second 25 of this 50. And she gets the bell and turns into that last 100. So she was back under the 35-second mark on that 50 with a 34.99. And she's out to almost a 25-metre lead over Jessica Osborne, swimming out of lane 3. So Lucy settled into her rhythm nice and early in this 1500. Jessica was that early pace setter through the opening 100, but then it has been all Lucy Doyle as she turns with 50 metres to go. Now she can swim under 35 seconds on this last 50. She will go sub 17:30, which is a great swim. So let's get behind her with 25 metres left to swim. She's bringing those legs in. And it is going to be Lucy Doyle who sets the time to beat in this opening heat with a really strong swim of 17:29.44. So under that 17:30 barrier for the first time. Great swim there by Lucy. So Jessica's next into the wall, 17:46.90, and she's going to be in the hot seat for our 15-year-olds. With Madison next into the wall in a 17:56. Zara Barr comes in to complete there in an 18:16. Our next athlete into the wall here in our opening heat will be Alexandra in lane 2. Our visitor from Norwood Swimming Club. So our 14-year-old comes into touch in a time of 19:11.29. And our final athlete in our opening heat will be our visitor from New Zealand, as Maeve comes underneath the flags to round out our opening heat of our 12 to 18 girls 1500 freestyle. underway in time final number 2. With Hope Christian in 0, Grace Richards in 1, India Conan in 2, Sienna Stelloni in 3, Amy Bai in 4, Leah Yang in 5, Alexa Legg in 6, Bethan Chugg in 7, Jessica Richardson in 8, and Ada Mai in 9. Once again, we have a range of ages competing in this heat, with our youngest being our swimming lane 4, Amy from Melbourne Swim Club, at 13. So she will be setting the time to beat for our 13-year-old girls, as we didn't have any 13-year-old athletes in that opening time final. And our most experienced athlete is Grace Richards from Surrey Park, swimming in lane 1 at 17. She'll be setting the time to beat for our 17, 18-year-old girls. So Amy has the fastest entry time here in at 18:33. That means she's averaging a 1:14 per 100. So they're all somewhere between a 1:14 to a 1:17 average per 100, our athletes in this heat. So for those of you following your favourite athlete, you can watch their times as they appear on the screen, and that will give you an indication of how close they're going to be to their personal best time. As we start to settle down through the 200-metre mark, it will be Alexa Legg from Tiger Sharks who leads through in a 2:22.06. We have a nice even race across the pool though. Those 5 athletes within half a body length of each other in this third 100 of Heat 2 of our girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. So Alexia still continues to lead at this 300-metre turn. Leah Yang is now right up alongside her, as those two have just got a slight lead over the following 4 athletes. So once again, through these opening stages of time final 2, is a really good race between a number of athletes. So Alexia is a 16-year-old athlete from Tiger Sharks. And she saw Lucy Doyle set the time in that opening heat of a 17:29.44. Madison was our second 16-year-old in that opening heat at a 17:56. So the bronze medal is definitely up for grabs for our swimmers here in this heat for our 16-year-old girls. Lucy Ann Madison set a strong standard to beat in that opening heat. But Sienna and Alexia, with Jessica and Ada in 8 and 9, also at 16 years of age in this second heat. a really strong turn there from Leah Yang, and she's moves herself right up alongside Alexia every time they go through the turn. And then Alexia tries to pull away through the swimming portion. As those two are starting to creep away slowly from the tight race behind them. It does look like on this 50, it will be Leah who's taken over the lead as they go through a third of the way through, so that's through 500 metres. So now starting to make a bit of a move is Hope Christian over in lane 0 from Ivanhoe's swim. She's moved up into that battle for third place with India, Sienna, Amy and Jessica in lane 8. So it's a nice tight battle for third in this heat. Behind our two leaders, Leah Yang and Alexia Legg. So Leah Yang has maintained her lead through that 100. She's able to hold under 37 seconds, which is what she will need to do if she's looking to swim at personal best time. Leah has an entry time of 18:33. So as we were saying before, that's a 1:14 per 100 average. But Leah and Alexia have been going stroke for stroke almost since the start. And there's never been more than a half quad length between the two of them. Both doing a really good job of keeping their legs going nice and consistently throughout this 1500. And currently it is India Condon who's holding on to third place just ahead of Hope Christian. But that battle for third in this heat is very tight, with 4 athletes inside a second as we make our way through this 700 metre turn. So we are approaching halfway here in time final 2 of our girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. And once again, Leah and Alexia are neck and neck, eyeballing each other down the pool as they go through halfway. And Leah has extended her lead to almost 3/4 of a second, which is the biggest margin it has been from the start. So our visitor from New Zealand, Leah Yang, is really trying to put the pressure on in this middle 500 and is continuing to extend her lead. A really strong 50 there of a 36.4 has continued to extend the lead out to over a body length now. That's the first time we've been able to say that all race, as India is holding on to third place just ahead of Hope Christian in lane 2 and 0 respectively. They've started to gap both Amy and Sienna in that battle for third place in this heat. So India and Hope are both 14, so they are having a head-to-head race in this heat. And they are chasing down the time set by Zara Barr of 18.16 in that opening heat for our fastest Victorian. We also had Mia set an 18.10, one of our visitors from South Australia in that opening heat, who's also 14. So through the 900, Leah Young has extended her lead to over a body length, getting close to 2 body lengths ahead of Alexa Legg. Alexa's not going away though. She's putting in a really good job, keeping that kick going nice and strong, getting good distance out of her stroke. She tries to hold on to Leah's feet. So both of our athletes there working a couple of dolphin kicks off the wall, which is impressive in a 1500, getting out past the flags before they surface. So 500 metres left to swim. We do need to watch out for India, who's starting to make a little bit of a move on Alexa in that battle for second place. Put in a really strong 50 there, 37.0, and she's starting to reduce that gap again to Alexa. So it is still our 2 leaders who are been maintaining first and second between them since our opening 100. But currently is our visitor from New Zealand, Leah Young, who's maintaining a body length and a half lead, as we've got 400 metres left to swim here in Heat 2. I think both Alexa and Leah did see India starting to make a little bit of a move then and have responded. Put together a nice strong last 100 to try and hold that lead that they have over India. She's just entering the top of the screen now, sitting about 5 metres behind our 2 leaders. So once again, India made up a little bit of ground there on Alexia on that 50. Leah put together her strongest 50 we've seen from her in a couple of 100 metres to further move into the comfortable position in front here in Heat 2. So it is our 16-year-old from New Zealand who leads through with 300 metres left to swim. And Hope Christian over in lane 0, as she just goes out of screen, is putting together a really good swim and holding on to that 4th place. So Hope started a little bit steadier than some of the other athletes in this heat, but has put together a strong swim to move through the field in this second half. So both Leah and Alexia have been working those legs nice and strongly throughout, whereas India's been doing a bit more of a 2 to 4 beat kick through this first 1,300 metres as she continues to slightly close the gap to our leaders. So with 200 metres left to go, our 3 leaders are separated by just about 7 metres. Alexia and India matching each other there on that 50. To the 100th of a second, so that margin hasn't changed. Leah Yang has maintained her lead of just under 2 body lengths for the last 450 metres as she gets the bell with 100 metres left to swim. So all 3 of these athletes are putting together a really strong swim. So a reminder that Leah had an entry time of 18:33. Does look like she's going to well and truly swim underneath that time. And we'll look for both Alexia and India to swim personal bests as well here in Heat 2. So with 50 metres left to go, they've dropped back under 37 seconds. They've put it together a really strong last 100. As all 3 swimmers here are charging to the wall. But it is Leah and Alexia who are having a very tight battle here in this last 25. Alexia has closed that gap down to a body length. It was 2. It's now down to 1. With 5 metres left to swim, it will be Leah who holds on and both swimming under that 18:30s. So really strong swim from all 3 of our top finishers there in our heats, with Hope Christian in 4th, smashing her personal best by almost 30 seconds. And we're underway in time, final number 3 here in our opening event. Event 11 of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And it will be our youngest athlete in the field, Isabel Thornborough, who leads through this opening 50 from Furbank Aquastars. So Isabella is a 12-year-old. We also have another 12-year-old, Cadence, swimming in lane 8. So those two are having a head-to-head battle in this third heat. And we go right through to our most experienced athlete in this heat, Chloe Gladwin, our 18-year-old, who's swimming out of lane 5. So we have the full age range here in heat 3 of our girls 12 to 18 1500 freestyle. And it is still our youngest athlete, Isabel Thornborough, who's leading just ahead of our visitor, Camilla Selman, 16 years old, swimming out of lane 7. So sitting just behind our two leaders is Ella Sharp, 17-year-old athlete out of Essendon District Aquatic. And you can see the contrast in styles there from Ella and Isabella. Ella lying smooth stroke. Isabella more up-tempo with a nice high stroke rate. So athletes in this heat, our fastest entry time was Chloe with a 19:16 through to a 19:36 from Allegra down in lane 9. That means sort of that 117 to 118 per 100 speed is what we're looking for from these athletes here in heat 3 if they're to match their personal best times. And it is still Isabella Thornborough who continues to lead. But Ella Sharp's now moved into second place. Those two have established a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field. Swimming well in lane 1 is Marabella Simmons. She's now moved alongside Camilla in that battle for third place in this heat. So Ella showing her experience there, using that turn to move into the lead ahead of Isabella. As we've now gone through the 400-metre mark. So through that 50, Ella gained almost a second on Isabel and has pulled out to almost 3/4 of the body length lead. Mariella's not going away there in lane 1. Sitting just a further body length behind. Now making a move in the centre of the pool is Miller. So Miller was our fastest qualifier from Dragon at a 19:12. And she turns through the 500, sitting in 4th place. You know the Said family likes their distance events, so expect Miller to continue to put into a good performance here. So it does look like experience is showing here at the moment, with Ella starting to extend her lead here. A 17-year-old from Essendon District Aquatic out to over a body length lead over Isabella Thornborough. But as expected, Miller is starting to make her move in the middle of the pool. The steady start in the first couple of 100 metres from Miller, but she's starting to reel them in, still swimming under that 38 seconds for each 50, and she's starting to make a bit of ground on our leaders, pulling right up alongside Isabel through the last 100 metres. So Miller won the title as a 13-year-old in a 19:12.46. That is her entry time that she swam at the Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships last year to take the title out. She'll obviously be looking to see if she can take the title out as a 14-year-old. We have had some of our 14-year-olds put together some really strong swims in our opening couple of heats, with our fastest Victorian at the moment from MLC Aquatic, Zara Barr, who set the standard for our 14-year-old Victorians at an 18:16. So that is what Miller has to track down if she would like to go back to back and win the 13-year-old 1500 title last year and the 14-year-old title this year. She's now moved into second place through that 700 metre mark, with Ella Sharp continuing to lead here in Heat 3. Just a reminder to all coaches and athletes, event 12 has been reseeded to 4 heats. So event 12 has been reseeded to 4 heats. So Ella continues to lead here. And that stroke has remained long and smooth throughout this 1500. She will be challenged in the next couple of 100 metres by Miller, as Miller's made a lot of ground up from that 300 metre mark through the 800 metre turn. So Miller's doing a really good job on keeping that kick nice and consistent throughout this 1500. Those legs have just been going with a steady kick right from the start and has been unchanged as we're over halfway through here in Heat 3. So once again, Miller gained just over 0.1 of a second as she's chasing down Ella from Essendon. They're going to turn through this next turn together as Miller's made up almost a body length over this last 100. They turn through together at the 900 with a 37.5 there from Miller to move her alongside Ella. But once again, Ella's using those turns to her advantage to gain a little bit of a lead off the wall, and Miller's coming right back at her at the swim. And has now moved into the lead for the first time here in Heat 3. So we saw Miller put together a fantastic swim last year to take the 13-year-old state title out. She's putting together another great swim. So that entry time is the time that she took out that state title in a 19:12.46. Back on the 15th of December last year. So our two leaders have pulled well clear, but still a nice tight battle for third in this heat between Isabella Thornborough and Mariella Simmons. So our two leaders are 15 metres ahead of that tight battle for third in this heat. As we enter that final 500. So Miller's continuing to maintain under 38-second 50-metre repeats. And she's put the pressure on, and we'll see how Ella responds. See if she can match her on this 50, trying to hold on to her feet. As Miller's from that sort of 300-metre mark onwards, has really swum this 1,500 metres fantastically. The speed has been consistent throughout, holding under that 38-second mark. And she works through the 1,100 metre once again, 37.89, so under that 38-second mark per 50. She's out to almost a 5-metre lead over Ella Sharp. As we move into the final 400 metres of our third heat and time final of the girls 12 to 18 1,500 metre freestyle in our opening session of the 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. So Mattioli is Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facilities manager partner. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership connects organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the region. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Swimming Victoria's infrastructure. So that kick has been unchanged from Miller. That steady 6-beat kick has been maintained throughout this 1500. She's got 250 metres left to swim here, as that gap over Ella just slowly starts to extend by about 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 of a second each 50. So whilst it doesn't look like Miller will be able to match the time of Zara Barr and defend her title that she won last year, she is putting together a really strong swim, and it does look like she's on track to swim underneath that time she did last year, 12 months ago, to take out the title as a 13-year-old. Now I've got 150 left, with Ella sitting just 2 body lengths behind as we approach the bell. Both of these swimmers have done a really good job of maintaining their technique throughout this 1500. Miller using that strong 6-speed kick throughout. Ella using that nice long stroke with more of a 4-beat kick throughout this 1500 as they get the bell. And got 100 metres left to swim. They're both on track for a really good personal best times here. Ella's entry time was a 19:24.81, with Miller's entry time of a 19:12.46. So as they enter that final 100 metres, both are trying to increase that pressure, increase the speed through this last 100. And a really strong 37.550 there from Miller. Ella responds with under 38 seconds as well as they head down that final 50. So great swim here by Miller. She's going to be well and truly under 19 minutes, smashing a personal best time, coming into touch in an 18:51.76. Ella touching in second place, also under that 19-minute mark. Mariella, strong swim there, 19:03, taking nearly 30 seconds off her entry time, with Allegra finishing strongly in lane 9, taking almost 25 seconds off her entry time as well. Next into the wall will be Madeline. And rounding out our third heat, Madison and Cadence having a battle to the wall in lane 0 and lane 8. underway in our fourth and final heat of event 11, the girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle time finals. In lane 1, Claire. In lane 2, Nadine. In lane 3, Ali. In lane 4, Madison. In lane 5, Casey. In lane 6, Lucy. And in lane 7, Adva. Just a reminder, if you are on lap counting duties for the event 12, the boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle, especially those in the opening heat, now is the time to come down to pool deck. So if you're on lap counting duties for the event 12, the boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle, now is the time to report to pool deck. A reminder that event 12 has been reseeded to 4 heats. So event 12 has been reseeded to 4 heats. So through the first 150 metres, it is our 16-year-olds, our most experienced athletes in this heat, Madison and Ava, who lead. It will be Ava, our country swimmer from Warragul, who leads through the first 200. Ahead of Madison, with Claire in lane 1 sitting in 3rd place. So our entry times in this heat range from Madison's 19:34 through to Claire's 19:53. So that's looking at a .118 to 119 speed. So 118 to 119 speed per 100 for our athletes to achieve a personal best time in our fourth and final heat of the girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. So Ava continues to lead and has settled into that rhythm of 37-second 50s. So that's well and truly underneath the speed she needs to swim a personal best time. So we'll see if she's able to maintain that early rhythm that she's got into. Madison is also swimming strongly in the middle of the pool, and those two have pulled clear from the remainder of the field here in Heat 4. So Ava maintains her lead and continues to slowly extend it over her fellow 16-year-old from Laverton, Madison. So they've turned through that first 400 metres. Holding a really strong 1:15 per 100 speed. Well and truly under that target time that they need to look to do a personal best. Obviously in that first 100, get a little bit of free speed before we settle down into our rhythm for the remaining 1400. And it does look like they're both settling down into that speed that they're now looking to maintain. So that's those both under the 40-second mark. So the only two athletes in this heat who are able to maintain that last 50 under the 40-second barrier. And that's where our swimmers will need to try and sit if they're looking to swim their personal best times here this afternoon for day one of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. All 6 days of action will be live streamed via Swim Victoria's YouTube channel. And we're also excited to be back on KO Freebies over these age championships and throughout the long course season. So all our Swimming Victoria Championship meets will be live streamed on both the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel and KO Freebies throughout our long course season. So Ava has maintained that lead of about 5 metres over Madison Baker. As we turn through the 600 metre mark. A nice strong 50 there, sub 39 seconds from Ava to settle back into that rhythm that she had earlier. So that is the challenge in that 1500, being able to be consistent, hitting that repeat time, 50 after 50. So Ali Hutchinson has now moved into third place. And those three have pulled clear of the rest of the field here in Heat 4. So Ali has been the mover and is definitely not letting Ava and Madison get away here, and has started to make up a little bit of ground on both our early leaders as we're moving into the second third of this race. Once again, Ali's starting to creep up on them as our top three athletes start to come back together through 700 metres. So we're getting towards the halfway mark here in our final heat, and Madison's pulled right up alongside Ava as we approach the halfway mark. So they turn through together, with Madison, our 16-year-old out of Latherton, coming up alongside Ava, our 16-year-old out of Warragul. With Ali Hutchinson, our 14-year-old out of Western Melbourne Propulsion, sitting in third place here. So really strong swim over the last few hundred metres from Madison has pulled her into the lead, and she's almost out to a body-length lead after a really strong 50 there. So we've passed the halfway mark of our fourth and final heat of our girls 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. So Madison is now out to almost a 5 metre lead. So really strong middle 500 metres clearly has been the focus for Madison. So Madison's entry time was a 19:38.79. As she turns through the 900. 4 seconds clear of Ava, with Ali just under 2 seconds further behind, sitting in third place. So Ali's continuing to make slight inroads on Ava in the last couple of hundred metres, with Madison extending her lead out in front through this middle 500. So it does look like Ava's trying to respond to Ali. Back under 40 seconds on that 50 to pull a little bit of a ground back as she's sitting halfway between Madison and Ali. So we're about to enter the final 500 metres here for Madison Baker. With Ava and Ali both going 39 low on that 50 there, matching speed in that battle for second place in this fourth and final heat. A reminder, we have a number of different competitions within this 1500 with our separate age groups all competing for their individual state titles and medals, as well as our point score for all top 10 athletes contributing to their club point score. The eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed something about the banners sitting on the side of the pool. From the finish end back, they are in the finish order of the club point score from our Mattioli Age Championships last year. As we've now got 400 metres left to swim in this final heat. Madison, who's pulled well clear at this stage now. She's almost out to a 10 metre lead over Ali and Ava, who are having a great battle for second place in this heat. A really strong 50 there from Ali is pulled up almost alongside Ava and starting to go past her as she comes back down to the finish end of the pool. But with a lead of over 10 metres now, it is all Madison Baker from Laverton as she turns through the 1200 and a 15:22. That battle for second is nice and tight. And Ava has responded to Ali. So those two are stroke to stroke. But Madison's doing a really good job of trying to keep a steady kick going here. That sort of 4-beat kick that she's had through most of this 1500 metres. As the support from teammates is starting to build on the side of the pool for all our athletes. We know that we have a jam-packed session of relays coming up post these 1500 metres. So more and more athletes are arriving on the pool deck to support their teammates ahead of their swims coming later in the session. So Madison's now moving up to almost a 15-metre lead as she makes the 1300-metre turn. Ali looks like she's comfortably into second place now. Ava tried to go with her for a couple of 100 metres, but a strong 38-second 50 there from Ali Hutchinson from Propulsion has moved her almost a body length clear of Ava sitting in third place. So remember, Ali's one of our 14-year-old athletes. So she'll be competing for her time and her place within the top 10 for her age group against those fellow 14-year-old swimmers that we saw in prior heats. So it's now past 15 metres, the gap between Madison and Ali, as we approach the bell with 100 metres left to swim. A really strong swim here by Madison. So we had an entry time of 19:38. And she's going to absolutely smash that with 100 metres to go. And she really accelerates out of that turn, gets that stroke rate going, as Ali's slowly starting to extend her lead over Ava with a 38 low on that 50 there. Ava's swimming well as well, well and truly under the 40-second for that 50. She's trying to hold on as close as she can to Ali Hutchinson, but we are got 70 metres left to swim for Madison. She moved into command of this heat through the middle 500 of this 1500. And from there, it has been all Madison in our fourth and final heat of our girls, 12 to 18, 1500 freestyle. She's got 25 metres left to swim. And she's going to absolutely smash her personal best time. It's a question of if she can break 30 seconds PB here as she comes into the wall and touches in a 19:10.70. Great swim then from Madison, almost 30 seconds faster than her entry time. Ali Hutchinson is going to be next into the wall from Propulsion and also takes off almost 20 seconds from her entry time. Ava, once again, almost 20 seconds from her entry time. So 3 PBs there from our top 3 finishers in our fourth heat, with Claire next into the wall. Also taking off about 13 seconds there. So 4 from 4 for our top 4 finishers there in heat 4. A nice tight battle coming into the wall from Casey and Nadine. And it will be Lucy Sadler who rounds out Our girls 1500 freestyles here at the Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. So now we are underway in event 12, the boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. Remember, this has been reseeded to 4 heats. And joining me down in commentary for a few minutes is Campbell Wilson-Moran. Welcome, Campbell.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, so you've just returned from the US Open. How was that experience?
Yeah, it was good. Definitely a deep field. Got to watch all the big dogs like Caleb Dressel, Leon Marchand. Got to watch them firsthand. Shows how much work they put into it. They're pretty fast.
So you went over as part of that Victorian team.
Yeah.
It was a great experience being part of the team going on an international trip.
Yeah, no, it was great. Swimming Victoria did really well. We walked away with a medal, a couple of medals. But yeah, no, it was really good. The team aspect of things.
And what did you sort of learn off those other athletes that are on the Swimming Victoria team?
Yeah, so we had a few older guys who've been on a couple of teams like Tara Kinder, David Schlitt and stuff, and us young guys just really fed off them. Watched how they do things, and they really set the standard for Victoria. Yeah,
because both of them have medalled at World Championship levels, so it was obviously a really good learning experience to be alongside them.
Yeah, definitely. Very surreal and very grateful. Yeah.
What was your sort of highlight of the trip?
Probably, as I said before, watching the really fast guys firsthand. It's crazy. Holding 15 off their walls on the last 50 of a 400 is pretty crazy for Leon. But it's great to watch, and I think that was my best takeaway, watching all those guys how they do things.
In terms of your own performances over there, how were they? Were you satisfied? Were you learnt off those swimmers to see what you can improve on?
Yeah, definitely. I thought I'd do a lot worse considering I had Year 12 exams, but I kind of used those 2 weeks to just put my head down and try to get as fit as possible. I was quite close to my PBs. A lot better than I expected. So, yeah. Which
is great coming off post-exam. So not only are you studious, but you're fast in the pool as well.
Yeah.
So obviously back here for State Age Championships now.
Yeah.
Excited to go on, which is going to be the relays coming up after these 1500s.
Yeah. I'm very excited. Over at US, we did a lot of filming and stuff, and I really think I have a lot of areas to improve in my freestyle. I know what I need to do, so I'm going to try just practice those over this meet, all those skills.
And obviously, last Age Championships, so it's you know, everyone loves age championships. What's going to be some of the highlights that you've remembered over your journey at these Victorian age championships?
It's definitely going to be the relays and the rivalries against all my mates. Enemies in the pool though, so we all, we battle it out in the relays, and I think those are the best. Just getting around the teammates and, putting in the best foot forward.
Yeah, for those of us who have been around for a while, it seems only yesterday that you were 12 and swimming at your first age championship. So your last one, what are you going to look forward to most of this last one?
Just having fun and taking it all in, really. When I was younger, I obviously took age really, really seriously, but now it's my last one. I can kind of take it all in and absorb it and really get around my mates and, everyone from my club.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Campbell, and you will let you go support your teammates, get your warm-up in, and we'll see you in the pool later.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sweet.
So we're 400 metres into this opening heat of the boys 12 to 18, 1500 metre freestyle. It's great to have Campbell on the mic there for a few minutes. And it does seem like just yesterday he was a 12-year-old competing at his first Victorian Age Championships. And now he's 18. Setting the example for everyone to follow. And it's Marley Sutherland who leads through that 450 metres. Marley's a 17-year-old athlete out of Ballarat Gold. So a reminder, in these 1500 metres, they are timed finals. So any of our times from all four heats. And they are also split up into our individual age categories for our medal winners and state champions. So that will be our 12-year-olds, our 13-year-old age group, our 14-year-old age group, our 15-year-old age group, our 16-year-old age group, and our 17, 18-year-old age group. So all the swimmers who place in the top three in their age group will earn Victorian Age Championship medals, and all swimmers who place in the top 10 of their age group will earn points towards the club point score. So in this opening heat of our boys 1500 metres, we have a range of ages from 15 through to 18. Our leader is our 17-year-old Marley from Ballarat Gold. Who had an entry time of 17:01, which is a 108 per 100 speed. He turns through the 600 in a 6:36. So nice, strong opening 600 from Marley to set himself up in the lead here, ahead of Matthew Moran. And Cody said, we saw Cody's sister, Miller, swimming in the girls 1500, putting together a really strong performance. Just like his sister, Cody is a defending title holder in this event. He took out the 15-year-old boys in a 16:58.23. He's now moved into the 16-year-old age group. And we'll be looking to see if he can move along and defend the title that he won 12 months ago in that younger age category. But he will be racing head-to-head against Matthew as those two turn Second and third through the 700-metre turn. But Marley maintains his lead, looking long and relaxed out there, swimming past his teammates who are giving him good support there. As we approach the halfway mark of this opening heat of the boys 12 to 18 1500-metre freestyle. So Marley's lead is almost 2 body lengths. But Cody and Matthew are going stroke for stroke. Just like his sister, though, Cody might not have been the fastest starter, but he's just starting to make a move here. He's gone past Matthew, and with a 33.650, did have the fastest 50 there of the heat, and he started to make up a little bit of ground on Marley. So Cody has started to make a little bit of a move here and is slowly starting to creep into Marley's lead. It's down to a body length as we move through the 900 turn. So once again, he just made up 0.3 of a second. Matthew Moran trying to go with him. Okay, Cody's reduced that margin to half a body length now as we approach the 1,000-metre turn. And I'm joined now by a couple of swimmers who've just completed their 1,500 metres. So Lucy Doyle and Madison Brand from Nuttawading. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having us.
So were you both happy with how you swam that 1,500?
It was all right. It was pretty good.
Well, you took a couple of seconds off that entry time, Lucy, and it looked like really good. What I noticed, and I was very impressed about, is the way you came off each wall, accelerated with your kick for the first sort of 10 metres and then settled into the rhythm. Is that something you've been working on?
Yeah, that was like the race been going in.
And Madison, what about you and yours?
Personally, I wasn't very happy with my race, but that's okay. Like, first event of the meet, hopefully only onwards and upwards from here. Yeah, definitely some skills that I can work on throughout that race, and just the back end aiming to precise that and just get a bit quicker in my next coming up races.
Obviously 1,500 metres are one of the tougher events on the program. As we see the top three boys here turn through the 1,100 metres all within a second of each other. What draws you to the 1,500?
I personally reckon that the 1,500, it's just a good one to do because not many people do it in a way. And then also just it's a good one for my open water that I also have quite a big focus on. And yeah, I do quite enjoy it. It is quite one of the more relaxing races. because of the distance. And yeah.
Yeah, speaking of that open water, we do have those open water state championships coming up in a couple of weeks' time. So for those of you who might be considering entry, make sure you get those entries in, because it's always a great fun day down at Geelong. And Lucy definitely agrees, because she's going to join us there, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you see, but in that 1500, we've started the meet with the 1500. So now you're going to move on to your other events. What are some of the other events that you girls are going to be focusing on this week?
We have the 800 tomorrow, which will be good. 400 later in the week.
Yeah, definitely all the freestyle events, some sprints as well, which mixing some things up, and for Lucy some of the form strokes too, but no form strokes for me besides the 100 fly, because strictly freestyle. Strictly
freestyle. Well, Matthew Moran has made a really big move in this last 100 to take over the lead, as all three of them are in with a chance here in this last portion of this race. So it's a great 1500 metres, neck and neck between these three boys all the way through this race. As we come into the concluding stages, what would you girls be thinking about if you've got someone alongside you?
I definitely think having that person there throughout the whole race is a really great thing. They push you along, despite which way you're breathing, you can still sort of see them. And really like getting your rate up and slowly adding in the kick and bringing in the kick towards the end is like a really good way to just finish it off.
Yeah, because obviously a 1500 metres is a long event, but just having that extra motivation that someone else alongside you really helps to push you over the line. With Marley's responded now, he's retaken the lead here with 200 metres left to swim. Ahead of Matthew, Cody sitting in third place. So we've seen that Marley was the early leader. Cody came right up alongside him, and Matthew moved back into the lead, and now Marley's responded as we've got 200 metres left to swim. It's a great race here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who can take it out at the end. It's a bit clear that Marley's upped his rate for the last 200, and we'll see what Matt can bring it home with in the last 100.
Yeah, so it's easy to save it for the last 50, but it's a really bold move here from Marley to attack it with 200, 250 left to try and extend his lead over Matthew with 150 to go. He's out to almost a half body length. Will that be enough? Because it looks like Matthew is sitting there waiting to pounce. Cody's not going away either.
Yeah, and just breathing towards each other on this 50 and on the coming up last 50 as well. It'll be a good race to watch.
So as you approach that 100 to go wall, what are you thinking about, Lucy?
Like, you're almost done. Keep pushing. Yeah, the bell is like the best thing you'll ever hear.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. We're hearing that bell with 100 to go. And it is Matthew who's now taken over the lead with 75 metres left to swim. He's really brought those legs in. We'll see if Marley can respond. Cody's trying to hold on to the two boys though, but it does look like it is going to be a battle between Matthew and Marley. Our 17-year-old from Ballarat Gold and our 16-year-old from Bayside. Down this last 100 metres, it is Matthew who's moved into the lead. He's out by a half body length with 50 metres left to swim.
You can definitely see Matt has brought in the legs now, preparing for that last 25 metres. Hopefully by the end they'll both put their heads down and just see who can touch the wall first.
So with 25 metres left to swim, it does look like Matthew is going to be the person to touch the wall first, but Marley's trying to respond with 15 metres left to swim. A reminder that they're both actually competing in different age groups here, so it will be both who will take the hot seats, as it is Matthew touches first in a 16:47 ahead of Marley with Cody in third. Great swim there across the field, and a nice tight battle for the minor places behind them as well. So a cracking opening heat of the boys, 12 to 18, 1500 metre freestyle. And thank you very much for Madison and Lucy for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Joshua Cummins is going to conclude the action here in this opening heat. So we're underway here in Heat 2 of the boys, 12 to 18, 1500 metre freestyle. Absolutely fantastic opening heat. So Heat 2 does have a lot to live up to. So it's Isaac in 0, Leon in 1, Lachlan in 2, Lev in 3, Aiden in 4, Noah in 5, Thomas in 6, Keegan in 7, Angus in 8, and Thomas in 9. So Thomas O'Toole in lane 6 is our youngest athlete in this heat at 13 years. So he will be setting the time to beat for our 13-year-olds as our first 13-year-old in action in the boys 1500 freestyle. So these boys' entry times range from 17:19 from Aiden in the centre of the pool out to Thomas Poppins of a 17:58. So they're looking from a 109 to a 112 per 100 speed. So for those of you following along with your favourite athlete, that's the kind of speed that they're going to need to hit to match their personal best time. With Aiden Taylor getting off to a really strong start. Our visitor from New Zealand here in Heat 2. So our 16-year-old New Zealander leads comfortably through the first 200 and set a really strong speed for the boys to try and match. It was great to hear the support from the crowd in that last heat of the 1500 as more and more athletes are arriving. But once we have finished these 1500s, we will be moving on to our relays. With an action-packed afternoon of relay action coming your way very shortly here on day one of the Victorian Age Long Course Championships, proudly supported by Mattioli, Swimming Victoria's major sponsor. So Aiden has really set the standard here and is out by nearly 10 metres through 300 metres here in Heat 2.
Aiden's challenge. We'll see how close to 34.0 or in the 33s he can keep these 50s after he set a really strong opening 300 metres. If he maintain that speed, he's on for a really strong time. So through the 400 and 425, under 34 seconds once again there for Aiden. Thomas O'Toole turns in second place with Lev in third. So we know Thomas is our youngest athlete in this field, the Nunawading swimmer at 13 years of age. Thomas was the title holder for the 12-year-old boys in this event at 18:13.19, his time from last year. He's swum it a few times and improved by nearly 30 seconds on that mark. Going to be looking to improve once again here. But currently it's his more experienced competitor, Aiden Taylor from New Zealand, who leads through the 500 in 5:32. So Thomas O'Toole comfortably sits in second ahead of Lev from MLC. Also swimming strongly, another visitor from New Zealand, Isaac Wren over in lane 0. So Aiden continues to extend his lead. So through the 600, Aiden continues to hold that 34.0 speed. Really strong first 600 metres. And he's setting himself up for a good chance to swim a nice personal best here. Thomas O'Toole keeping his tempo up nice and high to sit in second place, about 15 metres behind. So a really good chance for Thomas to race some of his more senior competitors here in this 1500. A reminder that these are time finals, but we're also competing in our individual age categories. So at the conclusion, these 1500 metres will be broken up into our 12-year-old age group, our 13-year-old age group, our 14-year-old age group, our 15-year-old age group, our 16-year-old age group, and our 17, 18-year-old age group. So medals will be awarded for all those different age categories, and points go to that top 10 finishers in all age categories. That will go towards the club point score. So we're quickly approaching the halfway mark here in Heat 2 of our boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. And as he has from the start, Aiden Taylor's looking smooth and relaxed and nice and controlled as he's out to almost a 25 metre lead over Thomas O'Toole. So a reminder of Aiden's entry time of a 17:19.58. So that's about a 109 per 100. Currently he's been sitting on those 34 low, 33 high 50 repeats. That's a 1:08. So he looks on track for a big personal best time, and he's going to challenge that 17-minute mark if he's able to maintain that speed that he set in the opening 500 metres. So through 800, Thomas O'Toole turned in a 9:12.84 and is comfortably in second place in this heat, pulling out a 10-metre lead over Lev and Isaac, who are having a nice battle over on the far side of the pool. For all parents who are here at MSAC who would like to have some more information on positive parenting, there is going to be an information session happening in the next couple of minutes in the Champions Room. That is up above the scoreboard. So up above the scoreboard in the Champions Room, a positive parents presentation. I encourage you, all parents who are able to go along to that. Lots of good information will be shared at that session. So I encourage all parents who are available to head to the Champions Room, which is above the scoreboard at MSAC, for that information session. So through the 900-metre mark, Aiden has just maintained that rhythm that he's had throughout this 1,500 metres. He's battling to try and get back under that 34-second 50 speed. As you can start to see, those shoulders started to redden up a little bit. He's kept that balance between a 2 and a 4 beat kick going throughout this 1,500, and he's kept that good distance per stroke. So with 500 metres left to swim, he's got a lead of 25 metres over Thomas O'Toole. As those two go past each other, as Aiden heads back down the pool with that nice steady rhythm is maintained throughout. So a reminder, that entry time of 17:19.58. If you can keep that speed going, he's in with a chance to post in time under 17 minutes, which would be a nice big personal best time. He continues to extend his lead. Each time he passes Thomas a couple of lanes over from him, and it's a slightly bigger gap as they go up and down the pool, as they're entering that final third of the race. So with 400 metres left to swim, Aiden's putting together a really strong performance here. If he can hold this speed, he's a chance to swim under that magical 17-minute mark. He goes through another turn. One dolphin kick, popping up, accelerating those legs as he breaks through the surface, and then back into his rhythm between a 2 and a 4 beat kick as he makes his way down the pool once again, as these competitors are heading in the other direction. So with 300 metres left to swim, you can definitely tell he's been putting in a strong effort so far, but he is being able to maintain his tempo, maintain his rhythm as he works towards swimming under that 17-minute mark. We saw the boys in that first heat the 16-year-olds of Matthew Moran and Marley Sutherland, and 17-year-olds Marley Sutherland and 16-year-old Cody, somewhere between that 16:47 and 16:51. So he's not too far behind the speed that we saw in that opening heat. So he's competing against both Matthew and Cody as they're in that 16-year-old category with him. We'll see how close he can get to their times here as he works towards 200 metres left to swim. He's got a few good targets now to try and chase down as he comes towards lapping a few of the boys here in this second heat of the 1500. So he's starting to chase down Thomas Poppins swimming in lane 9, Keegan in lane 7. So that will give him some targets over this final 200 to try and help him on to a really good swim. Those boys in lane 7 and 9 are also swimming nice and strongly and are going to be challenging their personal best. But Aiden has just put together a really good swim here as he works towards the bell and 100 metres left to swim. So as Aiden enters his final 100, this is just another reminder that currently starting right now in the champions room, that's above the scoreboard, that's the room above the scoreboard, is a positive parents presentation. A positive parents presentation. I encourage all parents who are able to go to that. Great information will be shared to all the parents who are in attendance. So I encourage any parent who is able to head to the champions room now for a positive parents presentation. So with 50 metres left to swim, a really strong 31 seconds 50 by Aiden, and he's turned on the afterburners in this last 50 as well. 6-speed kick all the way through this last 100. He's increased his stroke rate, and he is going to challenge those times set by both Matthew and Cody in that opening heat. We saw Matthew come in a 16:47. He's not going to quite get that, but he will be under Cody, so he will be sitting in that silver medal position for our 16-year-olds. Great swim there by Aiden. Absolutely smashing his entry time, taking off over 30 seconds. So next to the wall will be Thomas O'Toole, our 13-year-old from Nuttawading. He's got 15 metres left to swim. Thomas had an entry time of 17:38 as he comes underneath the flags to conclude his 1500 and takes off 10 seconds from his time. And a tight battle for third will go to Isaac. No to Lev on the touch. 0.3 of a second between them, as we've got a flurry of finishes in another strong performance here in Heat 2 from our boys 12 to 18 1500 freestyle. So next to the wall is going to be Noah, swimming out of lane 5 from the Tiger Sharks. That concludes Heat 2 of our boys 12 to 18 1500 freestyle. So through the first 100 in Heat 3 of the boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle here on day one of the 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. In lane 0 we have Fletcher. In lane 1 Oliver. In lane 2 Oliver. In lane 3 Jack. In lane 4 Andrew. 5 Elijah. In lane 6 Edward. In lane 7 Benjamin. Lane 8 Keelan. And lane 9 Harry. A nice even start across the field here in Heat 3 as we work our way towards that 200 metre turn. Just another reminder for all parents here, just starting now is in the Champions Room, which is the room above the scoreboard, just behind the scoreboard, is a positive parents presentation. I really encourage all parents who are able to head along to attend that. Some really good information will be shared with you, so I encourage all parents who are able to get along to that positive parents presentation. So Jack Hayes leads through the first 200 in a nice tightly bunched field here. So our swimmers are ranging in ages from 13 through to 15 in this heat. A reminder, these are all time finals in our 1500 metres, and our time final will be then split into their individual age group categories to determine our champion and medal winners. We've had two fantastic heats of the boys 1500 to start with, as we've got the third heat in the water, and it is Jack who continued to lead through the 300 but also swimming well. Down in lane 9 is Harry from Nuttawading. So those two have about a body length lead over the rest of the field, who are tightly bunched in the opening stages of this race. So our entry times in this with nice and close through 18:01 in the centre of the pool from Andrew, out to 18:35 from Harry down in lane 9. That means we're looking at sort of that 112 to 114 speed per 100. As we make our way through this 400 metre turn, it will still be Jack who leads, ahead of Harry, and a bunch of contending for that third place, with Elijah, Edward, Andrew all going stroke for stroke in the middle of the pool. Kayla not sitting far behind, and also not out of it in lane 2, Oliver Lizick. So as we approach the 500 metre turn, Jack has slowly started to extend his lead. Harry's going with him in lane 9. Those two are managing to keep their 50s under that 36-second barrier, with Elijah also making a bit of a move in that 50 to sit comfortably in third place as we go through that 500 metre turn. So once again, Jack's holding well and truly under 36 second 50 repeats. As he slowly starts to pull away from the rest of the field, he's putting together a really strong swim here in heat 3 of the 1500. So our 13-year-old from Nuttawading in lane 9, Harry, is trying to go with our 13-year-old from the Surf Coast Swim Club in lane 3. So those two, they might be two of the younger athletes in this field, but they are currently setting the standard here. And they're out to about a 4.5 body length lead over Elijah, and Caelan swimming really strongly in lane 8. So Jack has maintained that long stroke, steady kick throughout this 1500 so far. He turns through the 650 metre mark. With Harry down in lane 9, sitting 2.5 body lengths behind him. So it was a nice tight battle for the opening 300 or 400 metres in this heat. But our athletes are now starting to settle into their rhythm as we near the halfway mark. And it has been Jack who's just slowly, 50 after 50, held those sub 36 second 50s repeats to pull out the lead over Harry Caligas. Elijah and Keelan sitting in lane 5 and 8 have been neck and neck for the last 300 metres. But it is Jack Hayes out in front from Surf Coast Swimming Club, who's maintaining another 50 under that 36 second mark, which is exactly what we want to see in those 1500s. Those 50 metre repeats being nice and consistent, maintaining the same speed. 50 after 50, 50 after 50. So Jack's entry time of an 18:14.17. That's pretty much right on a 113 per 100. He's maintaining a speed that's much faster than that through this opening 800. So we'll be looking forward to seeing if he can continue in this second half of the race. And we'll be looking forward to posting a big personal best if he can. Harry is not letting him get away though. He's just sitting at 2.5 body lengths behind and maintaining his length of stroke as well. Elijah Lamont and Caelan McGee have not been more than half a body length apart through 900 metres, or on this ninth 100 throughout this race, in their battle for third place in this heat. So through the 900 metre turn, Jack has now extended his lead out to almost 4 seconds over Harry, with that battle for third remaining nice and tight. So Jack Hayes from Surf Coast Swimming, making sure he's getting at least one dolphin kick off the wall, popping up at the flags and getting back into his rhythm each 50. Those legs have remained consistent throughout. Same with Harry down in lane 9. Harry's kept his stroke long and relaxed throughout this 1500 so far. But Jack now over the last 200 metres has slowly started to build on that lead. He's been able to keep a consistent 4-beat kick going as he turns through the 1,000. With Harry maintaining in second place, and a tight battle for third between Elijah and Keelan, but now being joined by Oliver in lane 2. So it is going to be a 3-way battle for that third place in this heat between Oliver Lezek from Nana Cheltenham, Elijah from Yarra Plenty Waves, and Keelan McGee from Geelong. They're going to see if they can make up a little bit of ground on Harry swimming in lane 9, who's been holding second place since that opening 100. Jack did set the early speed, and he's just slowly built his lead throughout this 1500, as he's done a fantastic job of maintaining his speed throughout. So with 400 metres left to swim, Jack Hayes turns in the lead, which is now out to almost 6 seconds over Harry Caligas. And Oliver has moved right up alongside Elijah in that battle for third place in this heat. A reminder that these are timed finals here for our opening session, with our 1500 metre also swimming in multi-age group heats, but the individual medals will be divided into the different age group categories: 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17, 18. So Jack Hayes is our 13-year-old athlete from the Surf Coast. We did have one 13-year-old swimmer in Thomas O'Toole in the previous heat. So Harry Caligas maintains his hold of second place and made a little bit of ground on Jack in that last 100. So the two 13-year-olds are battling this out, with our 15-year-old from Nana Cheltenham, Oliver Lizick, now moved into third place, comfortably ahead of Elijah and Keelan, who are still having their battle and been within a body length of each other since the start of this 1500. Once again, Harry's starting to make a little bit of ground, just a 0.2 of a second here, 0.2 of a second there, as he tries to chase down Jack Hayes, who has been in the lead since the start and is maintaining this lead. But Harry's not letting him get away as we approach this 1,300 metre turn. So with 200 metres left to go here in Heat 3. Jack did respond there, 36.0. So he's managed to respond to the challenge from Harry with 200 metres left to swim here. Oliver Lezek in lane 2 has put together a really strong second half of this race, as he's now starting to challenge Harry down in lane 9. So the minor places are definitely up for grabs here in our third heat of our boys 12 to 18 1,500 metre freestyle. .35.6 there from Oliver in lane 2 as he chases down Harry in lane 9, but it is still Jack out in front. That consistent kick. He's now trying to move into more of a 6-speed kick, throughout this last 200 metres. Harry still looking long and relaxed and smooth down in lane 9. Oliver keeping that tempo up in lane 2. So they're our top 3 with 100 metres left to swim here in heat 3. As they hear the bell and make their way down the pool for the last time. So Jack Hayes has led from the opening 100. He's maintained his lead over the rest of the field. Harry's starting to challenge him now and has been gradually making some ground in this last 500 metres. Oliver's had a really strong second half of this race as well, as he's back within 10 metres of Jack coming into this last 50. So Harry's made up another second, over a second on that 50 there. Jack is holding on. Oliver's coming really strong in lane 2 as well. Harry's halved the lead to Jack in this last 200 metres. Oliver's flying home in lane 2. Does look like Jack is going to hold on to take this heat out, but Oliver flying strongly in lane 2 is going to challenge Harry on the wall for second place, but it will be Jack touches first in 17:52. Oliver in second, Harry in third there in heat number 3. Some massive PBs there from our boys in the third heat of our 1500. As Oliver comes into touch there from Flyers, also under his entry time in a personal best. Next into the wall will be Andrew Wang from Melbourne Swimming Club. And Benjamin Collins will conclude the action here in heat 3 of our boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. In the water now is heat 4 of our boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. These are all time finals, and this is our final individual swim of the morning or afternoon before we move on to our relays. So here in heat 4, we have our 13 and 14-year-old boys competing. So we've seen some 13 and 14-year-old boys in the previous 2 heats, setting the standard for our 4th and final heat to try and match. And starting off really strongly in lane 6 from Nuttawading is Titus Wu. So Titus has definitely attacked this opening 100. So Titus has now started to settle into his rhythm there. Really strong opening 100. He's relaxed down a little bit in this second 100, but he's still going out very strongly and turns through the 200 and the 214. So Titus had an entry time of 18:51, which is holding just under 1/16 per 100. So he's definitely given himself a little bit of a buffer there with that opening 200. So it'd be good to see if he can maintain that rhythm. A visitor from New Zealand swimming in lane 5, Jonathan, has gone with Titus in this opening 200 to sit just a couple of body lengths behind as they make their way through that 250 metre turn. Sitting in third and fourth is Terence Chi and Hugo Pankhurst. And they're going stroke for stroke. Another Warrigal versus Laverton Wyndham battle that we've had in the girls 1500 earlier in the program. So Titus now looks like he's settling down into his rhythmy plans to maintain, with Jonathan sitting on his feet as we move into our fourth 100 of our final 1500 metres of this afternoon's program on day one of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We'll be streaming these championships live across the next six days via Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel, and we're also very excited to be back on KO Freebies for the duration of the championships, and we'll continue to be on KO Freebies throughout the long course season. And now Jonathan has taken over the lead through the 400 metre mark. The 13-year-old from Parnell Swimming in New Zealand has moved up alongside Titus, and those two have cleared out from the rest of the field here. In our fourth and final heat of the boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. We'd like to thank Funky Trunks and Funkita, who have been major sponsors of Swimming Victoria for 9 years. Their swimwear and products embody a sport that blends modern innovation with a rich historical legacy. Partnering with quality Australian companies like the Way Funky Company allows Swimming Victoria to provide swimmers with excellent experiences today while ensuring even better opportunities in the future. Make a statement with their bold and colourful designs. Check out their website or visit the pop-up shop upstairs. So if you're here in the venue, at the back of the stands is the Funkita and Funky Trunks shop. So make sure you go check them out. Or if you're watching online on the YouTube channel or via KO Freebies, go to their website to check out the great range of products that they have on offer. So Jonathan has maintained his rhythm that he set nice and early when he tried to follow Titus through that first 200. And he's kept going through the 600 metre mark, and he's extended his lead over Titus to 5 seconds with that nice tight battle in third place between Terence and Hugo. Those two have been neck and neck throughout this first 600 metres. Titus has been able to hold on to second place, but it is all Jonathan with that nice, strong kick, long, smooth stroke. Our visitor from New Zealand has pulled out an almost 10-metre lead now over Titus, our 14-year-old from Nuttawading, who's set the early speed and is now sitting in second place. So Jonathan maintaining those 36-second 50s. If he maintains that speed, he's on for a really strong personal best time here in this 1500. And he's pulled his lead out to over 10 metres over Titus Wu. Continues to extend his lead here in our fourth and final heat of the boys 12 to 18 1500 metre freestyle. So through the 800 metres in 9:26 is getting great support from his club mates on the side of the pool. We do have a large contingent of New Zealanders who have come over, as they always do for our Victorian age championships. We love having our Kiwi friends over joining us for our state championships. They're one of 4 visiting countries that are joining us throughout the meet. We have athletes from New Zealand, Thailand, Singapore and Japan, as well as athletes from all Australian states. So he continues to extend his lead, Jonathan, with a battle for second starting to tighten up between Titus, Hugo and Terence. But 20 metres out in front of that battle, it is all Jonathan through the 900 metre mark, as he's getting great support on the side of the pool from his teammates. As definitely the crowd is building as we are approaching our relays. After this event, we will move into our relays. So we do have an action-packed afternoon and early evening of swimming. So make sure you stay with us here on the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel and on KO Freebies throughout today and throughout the rest of the championships. As once again, another 36-second 50 from Jonathan. His stroke has remained unchanged, as heading back in the other direction was Hugo, Terence and Titus, all within 2.5 seconds of each other as they make the turn. So we're through the 1,000 here in this final heat. Jonathan is maintaining his rhythm, holding those sub 37 second 50s time after time. Is now moving into second place is Hugo, followed by Titus, with Terence sitting in fourth. So it's a really strong battle here for the minor places in this heat. But a fantastic swim by Jonathan has him out by almost 25 metres as he makes his turn down the far end of the pool. And the first 50 that he's been over 36 seconds in a long time. So that stroke rate's just slowed down ever so slightly over the last 100 metres. The challenge will be now, as we start to fatigue, to hold that speed in this final 400. So with 400 left to swim, it is Jonathan, our visitor from Parnell Swimming in New Zealand, who's now trying to pick that rate back up. Hugo Pankhurst has now pulled out to almost a 2 body length lead ahead of Terence and Titus in that battle for second and third in this heat. So a reminder that Jonathan's entry time was an 18:46.7. With 350 metres left to swim. He's looking on track for a nice personal best here. So he has extended that lead out to almost 25 metres, but swimming really strongly in this last 500 is Hugo Pankhurst, and he's now comfortably in second place and has actually been making up a little bit of ground on Jonathan over the last couple of 100 metres. So Hugo turns in second, Terence is in third, and our early leader Titus in fourth. So Jonathan's holding a 20-metre lead over Hugo Pankhurst. As he moves through that 1,250-metre turn. He's starting to circle the lane. So he's heading down on the left, back on the left. As he's starting to get fatigued in this last 500 metres. And a really strong swim from Hugo in this second half of the race. Looks like he's going to comfortably control second place in this heat. But Jonathan went with the early speed that Titus Wu showed in that opening couple of 100 metres and just continued to hold that speed from there. He's under that 37-second mark again on this 50 with 200 metres left to swim. Hugo's doing a good job at trying to chase him back, reduce that margin. But it is all Jonathan in this heat. From Parnell Swimming in New Zealand. He's got 150 metres left to swim in our fourth heat of the boys, 12 to 18, 1,500 metre freestyle. He's picked his stroke rate back up again. He's kept that kick going. And that steady 2-beat kick through the last 1,300 metres. He's now trying to increase it to a 4-beat kick as he gets the bell. A reminder that his entry's time was an 18:46. So he's well and truly underneath that speed. He's going to absolutely smash his personal best, as Hugo has definitely made some inroads in second place. But he's about 17 metres behind Jonathan. That's too much to catch up in this last 100. So Jonathan is going to make his final turn here in heat 4 with 50 metres left to swim. He's brought those legs in for the final 50. He's increased his rate. He's got 25 metres left to swim. And he's going to absolutely annihilate his personal best time here. The 13-year-old from New Zealand comes into touch under the 18 minutes in 17:58.42. What a swim there from Jonathan. A really strong second half of the race from Hugo Pankhurst. Gets him into second place, taking almost 40 seconds off his personal best time. Terence is in third with a big personal best as well. Our early leader, Titus, will touch in fourth, taking about 25 seconds off his entry time as well. So really strong swimming there from those four boys in the final heat of the 1500s. As next into the wall will be a nice tight battle between Johan and Liam as they go into the wall together, with Liam just getting the touch there. Bryce over in lane 0. Next into the wall, taking off 7 seconds from his personal best time as well. As Isaac Kelly's got 50 metres left to swim here in our fourth and final heat. The 13-year-old from Essendon District Aquatic will conclude the action of our 1500 metre swimmers today before we move along to our relays. So Isaac's got 15 metres left to swim as he comes underneath the flags to finish his 1500. We're now going to move along to event 1, which is our mixed 12 to 18 200 metre freestyle para and able-bodied relay. So we're underway here in our para and able-bodied relay. It's a handicap relay, so that the idea is that we all should come towards the final 50 together, and it will be the Northern Territory, who are the first to make their exchange down the far end of the pool. So this is a combination relay with our para and able-bodied athletes representing their clubs. The handicap start should lead to all teams coming into the wall together. It is Northern Territory who lead ahead of Ivanhoe Swim at the halfway mark, with Geelong A sitting in third place. So the Northern Territory continue to lead here as they approach the final exchange. Ivanhoe Swim is sitting in second place. Warragul in third. Northern Territory B team as well in contention here as well. So with 15 metres left to swim, it is now Ivanhoe Swim who've moved into the lead. A really tight battle for second is developing. Coming strongly in the middle of the pool is Warragul, but it is Ivanhoe Swim who touches first. Warragul in second. And on the wall it is Northern Territory in third, followed by Geelong A, Geelong B, and Northern Territory A. Also swimming well in lane 2 is Western Melbourne Propulsion, as they're making their way to their final exchange here in their opening relay event of this afternoon's program. It's jam-packed, full of action. Relays from here on in, all being time finals, so lots of medals up for grabs as Western Melbourne Propulsion have 15 metres left to swim here in event 1, our mixed 12 to 18 200 freestyle para and able-bodied relay. Underway in heat 1 of event 2, the mixed 12 to 18 200 metre freestyle relay. In lane 0, DVE A. In lane 1, Maccabi Ajax A. In lane 2, Northwest A. Lane 3, Northcote B. Lane 4, Western Aquatic A. Lane 5, Seymour A. Lane 6, Gisborne B. Lane 7, Northwest Aquatic B. Lane 8, Swimland A. So a reminder, all these relays this afternoon are time finals. We'll be swimming the fastest heats last. So this is the opening heat. They are setting this time to beat for those heats coming up behind them. And it is Northwest Aquatic A team who lead at this halfway exchange here in the 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. Ahead of Maccabi and Western Aquatic sitting in third place. So is Northwest Aquatic, who continues to lead, but now challenging them is Western Aquatic. So those two are going to go into that last changeover together, and a really strong changeover from Western Aquatic, and they've moved into the lead over Northwest Aquatic. And moving into third place in between them is Northcote. So strong change over there from Western Aquatic has given them the lead with 15 metres left to swim. Northwest Aquatic is trying to hold on to second place, but storming through is Northcote. But it will be Western Aquatic in first, Northcote second, and Northwest Aquatic in third there in the opening heat. Underway here in Heat 2. Ballarat Gold B in 0. Doncaster A in 1. Yarra Plenty B in 2. CGGS A in 3. Westbourne A 4. Gisborne A 5. Ivanhoe Swim A 7. Sea Swim A in 8. And IMCS in 9. So through this opening 50, it is Westbourne who lead through with a fast 24-5 opening split, and they've pulled well clear of the rest of the field here in Heat 2. We saw Western Aquatic set the time to beat of a 1:57.56 in the opening heat. A really strong opening 100 there from Westbourne, and they lead ahead of Ivanhoe Swim A. And a tight battle on the other side of the pool between Doncaster, Yarra Plenty and CGGS in the battle for third in this heat. But Westbourne has the lead that they established in that opening 50. So they're going to hit the water first in this final leg. Ivanhoe Swim maintains their hold of second place with CGGS in third. So Westbourne have led from the start here in Heat 2. The time to beat is a 1:57.56 set in the opening heat. They're going to absolutely smash that. It's going to be a tight battle for second place, but moving into second is Yarra Plenty, but it is Westbourne taking it out a 1:48.42. Yarra Plenty and Gisborne fight for the minor places in Heat 2. underway here in Heat 3. In lane 0, Ballarat Gold A, lane 1, Starplex A, lane 2, MLC B, lane 3, MLC A, lane 4, Warrnambool A, lane 5, HPKAKA, in lane 6, Artemis A, lane 7, WCA, lane 8, Northcote A, lane 9, Flyers A. So is Starplex, who lead through this opening 50, strong underwaters from the New Zealanders in lane 5 have moved them into the lead in this second leg. But it's a nice tight battle across the field. Warrnambool's challenging for the lead. Coming through really strongly is MLC A. MLC's B's not too far behind as well as we head towards the halfway mark. All the girls on the block have now hit the water, and it is still our visitors from New Zealand who lead after those exchanges. Warrnambool's right up alongside them. MLC Aquatic A is hanging on to third place, being challenged by MLC Aquatic B team. As we head towards the final exchange, MLC Aquatic A team is moving up alongside Warrnambool in that battle for second place, with our New Zealanders in the lead as they hit the water for the final leg. So our New Zealand visitors lead with 25 metres left to swim. And they've started to pull clear of MLC Aquatic A team, with Warrnambool sitting in third place. But it is Howick Pakuranga from New Zealand who take out this heat in a swift 1:48.35. MLC in second and Warrnambool in third. Heat 4, Geelong A 0, Propulsion B in lane 1, Yarra Plenty A lane 2, Vic Centre A lane 3, Bendigo East A lane 4, Propulsion A lane 5, Northern Territory B lane 6, Surrey Park at B lane 7, Essendon A lane 8 and Traralgon B lane 9. So touching first is Geelong A over in lane 0. They lead through at the 50-metre mark. Really strong change there from the Northern Territory. Have now moved them into the lead as we're halfway down this second leg. Propulsion in lane 5 also swimming strongly, and coming fast is Vic Centre in lane 3. So those teams hit the wall together at the 100-metre exchange. It is Northern Territory leading over Propulsion, with Vic Centre in third. A really strong changeover from Vic Centre has pulled them up into second place. Northern Territory continue to lead. Surrey Park is also entering the mix with Essendon in 7 and 8. So as we head towards our final exchanges, it is Vic Centre who have moved into the lead here in Heat 4. So Vic Centre hit the water first from Yarra Plenty, with the Northern Territory now back into third. So Vic Centre have got a 2-body length lead with 25 metres left to swim here in Heat 4. Yarra Plenty is holding on to second place. Coming strongly is Bendigo East in the middle of the pool. But it will all be Vic Centre here in Heat 4 who take it out a 1:44.08. On the wall, Bendigo East get up for second over Yarra Plenty. Heat 5, Melbourne B, lane 0, Caulfield B, lane 1, Traralgon A, lane 2, Northern Territory A, lane 3, Melbourne A, lane 4, Caulfield A, lane 5, Camberwell A, lane 6, Nuttawading A, lane 7, Nuttawading B, lane 8, and Surrey Park A, lane 9. So it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who lead through the opening 50 here in a swift 23.39. And a great changeover. See them extend to almost a body length and a half ahead of Caulfield. So Melbourne Swimming Club has pulled out over a body length lead. Caulfield sitting in second place. Now moving into third place. Traralgon is going to be challenging the Northern Territory on this exchange. So it is Melbourne Swimming Club who lead by 2.5 body lengths as we enter this third leg. Caulfield putting together a strong swim, have comfortably moved into second place ahead of a ding-dong battle for third. So with one leg left to swim, Melbourne Swimming Club lead by a body length over Caulfield. Hitting the water together in third is Traralgon, Northern Territory and Nuttawading. So with 25 metres left to swim, it is all Melbourne Swimming Club. They've led from the start. Caulfield are holding on to second. Northern Territory finishing really strongly. Traralgon coming well as well. Down in lane 6, Campbell are in the mix, but it is all Melbourne Swimming Club. Northern Territory getting the touch over Caulfield with a third placed team in Camberwell. Our next event is event 3, the girls 12 to 13 200 metre freestyle relay. We have 5 heats. In the water now is heat 1 of event 3, the girls 12 to 13 200 metre freestyle relay. We have 5 heats. In lane 3, Ivanhoe Swim B. In lane 4, CGGS A. And in lane 5, Peninsula A. So strong start from lane 4, CGGS. They lead through this opening 50 of our girls 12 to 13 200 metre freestyle relay. They've continued to extend their lead here down the second leg, with Peninsula sitting in second place and Ivanhoe Swim in third. So at the halfway mark, it is CGGS who lead over Peninsula. Ivanhoe sitting in third place. Announcing a reflection report for event 2, heat 2, lane 1. Swimmer number 3's feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 2, heat 2, lane 1. And a great battle down this last lap does see Peninsula take out the opening heat ahead of CGGS, with Ivanhoe Swim in third. Heat 2 in the water. In lane 0, Flyers B. In lane 1, Traralgon B. In lane 2, Vixen A. Lane 3, Loreto A. Lane 4, DVE A. Lane 5, Benella A. Lane 6, Propulsion B. Lane 7, Cheltenham A. Lane 8, Loreto B. And lane 9, Yarra Plenty B. Announcing a refraction report for event 2, heat 5, lane 0. Swimmer number 2's feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 2, heat 5, lane 0. So through the first 100 is Loreto, who lead here in Heat 2 of our girls 12-13. 200 freestyle relay. A tight battle between Traralgon, DVE and Benella in that battle for second place. But it is Loreto who lead by 2.5 body lengths into this final exchange. So Loreto hold on to their lead in this last 50. They've got 7 metres ahead of a tight battle between DVE and Benella. So we saw Peninsula set this time standard of a 2:12.23 in that opening heat. Loreto are going to be well and truly under that here in Heat 2 and touch the wall in a 2:02.26. With DVE in second and Benella in third. Heat 3, Flyers A, lane 0, PLC A, lane 1, Essendon A, lane 2, Caulfield B, lane 3, Ivanhoe Swim A, lane 4, MLC Aquatic B, lane 5, Cardinia A, lane 6, Bendigo Hawks A, lane 7, Warragul B, lane 8, and Kangaroo Flat A, lane 9. So it will be MLC who lead through this opening 50, just ahead of Cardinia, with Caulfield sitting in third place. A really strong changeover from Caulfield has lifted them up alongside MLC halfway down this second leg. Also swimming really well in lane 9 is Kangaroo Flat. They're just behind our leaders in MLC and have come up alongside Caulfield. So as we approach the halfway mark, it will be MLC Aquatic who lead. And the battle for the minor places in this heat is very tight, but it is all MLC. The great change over there. They've extended their lead out to almost a body length. Caulfield sitting in second place. Kangaroo Flat holding on to third, just ahead of Essendon. As our final swimmers are up on the blocks, ready to go, it is still MLC Aquatic who lead here in Heat 3. So MLC Aquatic lead from Caulfield and Kangaroo Flat. They've continued to extend their lead, MLC, but we're going to see some charges coming from all over the pool for these minor places. MLC are comfortably in control. Essendon coming home really strong. Bendigo Hawks are flying in lane 7, but it will all be MLC Aquatic here who take out Heat 3 in a 2:03.76. Essendon get the touch ahead of Bendigo Hawks in a battle for the minor places. Heat 4, Warragul A0, Furbank Aquastars A1, Northern Territory A2, Nuttawading B3, Bendigo East A4, Geelong A5, Warrnambool A6, Surrey Park B7, Yarra Plenty A8 and Brighton Grammar A9. So it is Geelong who lead through the first 50 and they've held their lead through that first exchange. Their country competitors in lane 6 also going well in Warrnambool, with Nuttawading now moving into second place in lane 3. Yarra Plenty's battling with Warrnambool for that third place, but it will still be Geelong who leads halfway through Heat 4. Nuttawading in second place, Warrnambool holding on to third. So Nuttawading have made a bit of a move on Geelong there on the changeover. It's down to less than a body length that Geelong's lead is. So Geelong is holding on to the lead ahead of Nuttawading. Yarra Plenty have now moved ahead of Warrnambool in third. So Geelong were the early leaders. They've maintained their lead of just a half body length over Nuttawading as the final swimmers hit the water, with Yarra Plenty Waves in third. A great changeover from Nuttawading has brought them up alongside Geelong with 25 metres left to swim. Nuttawading now move into the lead. Geelong in second place. Swimming strongly in lane 4 is Bendigo East as they're battling for third with Yarra Plenty Waves and Warrnambool. But it is going to be Nuttawading who take Heat 4 out in a 1:58.93. Geelong in second and Bendigo East in third. Heat 5, Traralgon A0, Propulsion A1, Western Aquatic A2, Melbourne B3, Melbourne A4, Nuttawading A5, Surrey Park A6, Emilsay Aquatic A7, Caulfield A8, Bayside A9. So it is Melbourne and Nuttawading who go into that first changeover together, a body length clear of the rest of the field. Nuttawading gets a slightly better changeover to lead through the first 25 of the second leg, ahead of Melbourne A, with Melbourne B sitting in third place. Those three teams have cleared out from the rest of the field. So as we approach the second exchange, it will be Nuttawading who lead ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club A and Melbourne Swimming Club B. Great changeover from Melbourne Swimming Club A has reduced the margin to a half body length halfway down this third leg. Nuttawatting has started to extend their lead again. Is almost out to a full body length with 15 metres left to swim as our fourth swimmers prepare. So Nuttawatting lead into this final exchange. Melbourne Swimming Club A in second, Melbourne Swimming Club B in third. So with 25 metres left to swim, it's Melbourne Swimming Club coming up alongside Nuttawatting. Now they've moved into the lead. So Melbourne Swimming Club A taking over the lead over Nuttawatting, with Melbourne Swimming Club B in third. But it is going to be Melbourne Swimming Club A who comes into touch in a time of 1:51.36. In the water is heat 1 of event 4, the boys 12 to 13 200-metre freestyle relay. In lane 1, Geelong Sharks A, lane 2, Swimland A, lane 3, Northcote A, lane 4, Moe A, lane 5, Propulsion B, lane 6, Flyers A, and lane 7, Maccabi Ajax A. So it is Moe who leads through this opening 50 ahead of the Flyers, with Geelong Sharks in third. So Moe continues to lead here in this opening 50, opening 100 metres of event 4, the boys 12 to 13 200-metre freestyle relay. So they lead at the halfway mark ahead of Flyers, with Propulsion in third place. A good changeover by Geelong Sharks over in lane 1 has given them a chance to move up alongside our 3 early leaders. But taking over the lead in this third leg is Propulsion. So Propulsion B team swimming in lane 5 have now moved into the lead and have pulled out to almost a 2-body length lead as we approach the final exchange here in this opening heat of the boys 12-13 200 freestyle relay. So Western Melbourne Propulsion lead ahead of Geelong Sharks, with a really tight battle between Moe, Northcote and Swimland for third. So Propulsion continue to hold on to their lead ahead of Geelong Sharks, with Moe storming through the middle once again. They were early leaders. They're not going to quite get back into the lead, but will be Melbourne Propulsion who takes this opening heat out in a 2:06.22. Geelong Sharks in second, with Moe in third. Heat 2, Ivanhoe Swim B in 0. Warrnambool A in 3. Cheltenham A in 4. Caulfield B in 5. Southeast A in 7. Essendon B in 8. Vic Centre B in 9. So it is Southeast who lead through that opening 50. Caulfield sitting in second place, and those two teams have cleared out from the rest of the field here in this opening 50. Swimming really strong second leg is Warrnambool in lane 3. They've moved from 6th place into 3rd place. So it is still Southeast who are going to lead at the halfway mark here. Caulfield and Warrnambool are going to be neck and neck as our third swimmers hit the water. So Southeast lead over Caulfield, Warrnambool in 3rd place. Announcing a refraction report for event 3, heat 4. Lane 3, swimmer number 4's feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 3, heat 4, lane 3. So with 25 metres left to swim, it is still Caulfield and Southeast neck and neck here in heat 2 of the boys 12-13 Turner freestyle relay. Southeast have responded to the challenge from Caulfield and are going to take this second heat out in a time of 2:03.80. Heat 3 of event 4. Bendigo Hawks A0, Northern Territory A1, Ringwood A2, Melbourne B3, Vic Centre A in 4, Propulsion A5, Essendon A6, Doncaster A in 7, Ivanhoe Swim A in 8 and Warragul A in 9. Announcing an infraction report for event 3, heat 4, lane 7. Swimmers number 4's feet lost touch with starting platform before preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 3, heat 4, lane 7. So we approach the halfway mark here in heat 3. It is Propulsion who lead ahead of Vic Centre, with Melbourne Swimming Club in 3rd place. So really strong changeover by both Propulsion and Vic Centre as they continue to lead by half a body length over Melbourne Swimming Club. So as we head towards the final exchanges, it will be Propulsion who lead ahead of Vic Centre, Melbourne Swimming Club in 3rd place. As we emerge, it's now Vic Centre in the lead, closely followed by both Propulsion and Melbourne Swimming Club. So Melbourne Vic Centre has taken over the lead in this last leg and are pulling away here in heat 3 of the boys 12-13 Turner Freestyle. It's a great battle for 2nd place between Melbourne Swimming Club and Propulsion, but it will be Vic Centre in a 1:53.48 who takes out heat 3 ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club with Propulsion in 3rd. Heat 4, DVE A in 0, Geelong A1, Caulfield A2, Nuttawading B3, Nuttawading A4, Surrey Park A5, Melbourne A6, Furbank Aquastars A7, Surrey Park B8 and Yarra Plenty A in 9. So it will be Nuttawading A who lead through the first 50 ahead of Caulfield. And a really tight battle between Nuttawading B, Surrey Park and Melbourne Swimming Club for 3rd. So in this second leg, Nuttawading has started to extend their lead. So Nuttawading A is out by almost 2 body length lead at the halfway mark. They lead ahead of Caulfield and Nuttawading B in 3rd place. It's really strong changeover from Caulfield, and they've popped up clearly in 2nd place, but now swimming through is Nuttawading B team and Surrey Park. But it is all Nuttawading A team out in front. Their lead's almost 5 metres as we head towards the last exchange here in our 4th and final heat of our boys 12-13 Turner Freestyle Relay. So Nuttawading lead ahead of Nuttawading B team. So it's a Nuttawading ahead of Nuttawading in a tight battle for the minor places, but it is all Nuttawading A team out in front. Nuttawading B team's holding on to 2nd place. Surrey Park is coming hard to challenge for that silver medal, but it is all Nuttawading out in front in a 1:44.43. They take out the title in a Victorian age group record time there from Nuttawading A team. Nuttawading B in 2nd, Surrey Park in 3rd. In the water now is event 5, the girls 12 to 18 400 metre freestyle relay. We have 2 heats. West side in 3, Surrey Park B in 4, and Ivanhoe Swim in 5 here in heat 1. So it is Surrey Park who lead here in the opening heat of our girls 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. Head of West Side with Ivanhoe Swim in 3rd. So through the opening 100, it is Surrey Park who lead. So nice tight battle down this second leg. Surrey Park and West Side going head to head in the opening heat of our girls 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. So Surrey Park have maintained their slight lead over West Side. And with a really strong changeover, extended that out to a body length and a half, with Ivanhoe Swim sitting in 3rd place. So as we make our turns here in this 3rd leg, it is still Surrey Park B who lead ahead of West Side, with Ivanhoe Swim sitting in 3rd place. So Surrey Park have slowly started to extend their lead in this 3rd leg. They're out to a 2-body link lead over West Side. So as we enter our last exchange, it will be Surrey Park B who lead ahead of West Side, and Ivanhoe Swim in 3rd place. So Surrey Park 5 metres ahead of West Side here in the opening heat of our girls 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. A reminder, our merchandise partner is Swim Merch, official event merchandise provider for Swim in Victoria. Check out their range of high-quality merchandise and accessories online or at their pop-up store upstairs. That's Swim Merch. So here in the opening heat, Surrey Park have led from the start. West Side have challenged them, but they will be finishing in 2nd place, with Surrey Park taking out the heat win here in heat 1 of our girls 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay in a 4:14.90. West Side in 2nd and Ivanhoe Swim in 3rd. In the water now is heat 2 of event 5. Lane 0 propulsion B Lane 1, Yarra Plenty A. Lane 2, Propulsion A. Lane 3, Surrey Park A. Lane 4, Caulfield A. Lane 5, Nuttawading A. Lane 6, Nuttawading B. Lane 7, Melbourne A. Lane 8, Warragul A. And Lane 9, Melbourne B. So it is Nuttawading who lead ahead of Caulfield in this opening 100. It's a nice tight battle between those two teams in the centre lane as we go to our exchange. They hit the wall together in 58 lows. Yarra Plenty was the third into the wall, but first out of those tight battles in that third place was Melbourne Swimming Club to emerge at the 15-metre mark. So Nuttawading and Caulfield are still neck and neck in this second leg of the girls, 12 to 18, 400 freestyle relay. So Nuttawading A team have maintained their slight lead over Caulfield, with Surrey Park now moving into third place and start to challenge our leaders. So really strong leg from Surrey Park here on the second leg, and they've come up alongside Caulfield. Nuttawading A team is going to have a body length lead at the halfway mark here, with Surrey Park and Caulfield neck and neck in the battle for second. So Nuttawading out by a body length and a half, ahead of Caulfield and Surrey Park. So Nuttawading have increased their lead. They're out to 2 body length lead over Caulfield and Surrey Park halfway through this third leg of the girls 4x100 freestyle relay. Here on night 1 of the 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. So Nuttawading lead by almost 2 body lengths as we head towards the final exchange, just ahead of Caulfield and Surrey Park. With Nuttawading B team sitting in 4th place ahead of Melbourne. So Nuttawading continue to lead. Caulfield have moved into a clear second place, a body length clear of Surrey Park. So with 60 metres left to swim, Nuttawading A team's got a body length and a half lead over Caulfield, with Surrey Park sitting in 3rd place. So Caulfield are the defending champions in this event, and it is getting close down the last 25 metres. They've come up alongside Nuttawading A with 25 metres left to swim. Caulfield have moved into the lead. They look like they're going to defend their title here in the girls 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. It is Caulfield who come in to take the win out in a 3:56.30 ahead of Nuttawading A and Surrey Park. In the water now is heat 1 of event 6, the boys 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. We have 2 heats. Lane 3, Aquatech A. Lane 4, Northern Territory A. And lane 5, Propulsion B. So Northern Territory lead after the first leg, ahead of Propulsion, with Aquatech sitting in 3rd place. A really strong opening 52.9 there from Northern Territory. So Northern Territory continue to maintain their lead, with Propulsion now being challenged by Aquatech for second. Announcing an infraction report for event 4, heat 4, lane 2. Relay team did not swim in order listed. That's event 4, heat 4, lane 2. So Northern Territory continue to maintain their lead. Propulsion remain in second place in that tight battle with Aquatech. Here in the opening heat of our boys 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. So with one leg left to swim, Northern Territory maintain their comfortable 15-metre lead over Propulsion and Aquatech, who are having a great battle for second and third. A really strong change over there from Propulsion have given them their advantage heading into this last leg as they try and chase down Northern Territory. Northern Territory's margin at the front has been reduced to 10 metres, so 5 metres have gone in this first 50. Will Propulsion be able to make any more inroads? So Northern Territory have led from the start here in Heat 1 of the boys 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. Propulsion is closing the gap, so too is Aquatech, but it will be Northern Territory who take out this opening heat of the boys 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay in a nice time of 2:52.75, ahead of Propulsion with Aquatech in third. In the water now is Heat 2 of Event 6, the boys 12 to 18 400-metre freestyle relay. In lane 0, Ivanhoe Swim A. In lane 1, Nunawading B. In lane 2, Melbourne B. In lane 3, Melbourne A. In lane 4, Howick Pakuranga A in lane 5, Caulfield A in lane 6, Nuttawading A in lane 7, Propulsion A in lane 8, Surrey Park A, and in lane 9, Surrey Park B. So it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who lead in this opening leg of the boys 12 to 18 400 freestyle relay. A nice 51-2 there to lead Melbourne Swimming Club off ahead of Caulfield, with Surrey Park A sitting in third place, just ahead of Nuttawading and Melbourne B team. So it will be Melbourne A team who continue to lead here through the opening 50 of the second leg. Moving into second place now, in lane 5 is Caulfield. And they're starting to make some ground on Melbourne Swimming Club in this second 50. So Melbourne Swimming Club lead ahead of Caulfield, with Melbourne Swimming Club B sitting in third place. Caulfield are coming right up alongside Melbourne Swimming Club A as we make the changeover, a very swift changeover from Caulfield as they hit the water together with Melbourne Swimming Club A, ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club B. Nuttawading sitting in fourth place. So Melbourne Swimming Club A team have now re-established their lead over Caulfield as we're halfway down this third leg. A really strong opening 50 of a 24-2 has given Melbourne Swimming Club their 2 body length lead over Caulfield. So just like in the girls event, Caulfield is the defending champions in this event. They're going to have some work to do to defend their title as Melbourne Swimming Club go into the last leg with a 3 body length lead. A really tight battle between Nuttawading and Melbourne Swimming Club B for third place. So Melbourne Swimming Club A is going to have to hold off the charge from Caulfield. Caulfield want to defend their title, and have closed the margin down to half a body length as we approach this last 50. Melbourne Swimming Club A lead ahead of Caulfield. Caulfield are coming nice and strong with 25 metres left to swim. Melbourne Swimming Club still lead, but Caulfield are coming with 15 metres. It's neck and neck. Caulfield up alongside Melbourne Swimming Club and take the lead with 5 metres left to swim to defend their title. Now 3:29.56. Melbourne Swimming Club in second. Nuttawading in for third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 7, the girls 12 to 15 200-metre freestyle relay. We're 4 heats. In lane 3, Fairbank Aquastars B. In 4, Brighton Grammar A. And in lane 5, Loretto A. So it will be Fairbank Aquastars who lead through this opening 50. Just ahead of Brighton Grammar and Loretto sitting in third. So Brighton Graham have come up alongside Furbank in this second leg, with Loretto sitting half a body length behind. So Brighton Graham have taken over the lead ahead of Furbank as we make our way to the halfway exchange, with Loretto sitting in third place. Brighton Graham continue to hold their lead after those changeovers, with Loretto starting to challenge Furbank in for second. So Brighton Grammar lead as we head towards our final exchange, ahead of Loretto, with Furbank in third. So Loretto have taken over the lead after that last exchange, ahead of Brighton Grammar, with Furbank Aquastars in third. So Loretto continue to hold a slight lead over Brighton Grammar here in this opening heat of the girls, 12 to 15. 200 freestyle relay. Brighton Grammar's not going away, and they come underneath the flags together, and it is going to be Brighton Grammar who just get the touch ahead of Loretto, with Furbank in third. In the water is Heat 2. PLC B in 0, Essendon A in 1, Yarra Plenty B in 2, PLC A in 3, Warrnambool A in 4, Vic Centre A in 5, Ivanhoe Swim A in 6, Flyers A in 7, and Traralgon B in 8. So PLC and Vic Centre touch the wall together at that opening leg, but now moving clearly into the lead in this second leg is Vic Centre. PLC is holding on to second place, with Yarra Plenty and Essendon challenging them, as well as an Ivanhoe Swim. So Vic Centre will lead at the halfway mark here in Heat 2. Ivanhoe Swim and PLC touch the wall together. A really great changeover from Yarra Plenty has moved them into third place. Swimming strongly in the middle of the pool is Warrnambool. So it is Vic Centre who lead by 3 body lengths ahead of Ivanhoe Swim, with Warrnambool and Yarra Plenty battling for third. So as our fourth swimmers enter the water, it is Vic Centre who have got a commanding lead here in Heat 2. Ivanhoe Swim sitting in second place. Yarra Plenty have moved into third place just ahead of Warrnambool. PLC is also starting to challenge, but it is all Melbourne Vic Centre here in Heat 2 of the girls 12 to 15 200 freestyle relay, and they take it out in a swift 1:54.03. Ivanhoe Swim get the touch for second ahead of Warrnambool. Heat 3, Surrey Park B in 0, Traralgon A in 1, Artemis A in 2, Geelong A in 3, MLC Aquatic B in 4, Bendigo East A in 5, Furbank Aquastars A in 6, Caulfield B in 7, Propulsion B in 8, and Westside A in 9. So it is Bendigo East who lead ahead of Furbank in this opening 50 here of Heat 3 of the girls, 12 to 15, 200 freestyle relay. So Furbank and Bendigo East maintain their leads. Geelong's now coming to challenge for the lead with Furbank as we approach the halfway mark. So Geelong and Furbank hit the wall together and emerge from the water together as well. Also making a move there is MLC Aquatic. They've moved into third place and are starting to work towards challenging both Geelong and Furbank here in this third leg of Heat 3. So with 50 metres left to go, Geelong has moved into the lead ahead of Furbank Aquastars and MLC Aquatic in third. So Geelong lead by a body length over Furbank, with MLC sitting in third place. Geelong maintain their lead of a body length with 15 metres left to swim. Furbank holds on to second place. MLC swimming strongly, trying to hold off Traralgon in that battle for third. But it is Geelong who takes this heat out ahead of Furbank, with Traralgon getting the touch for third. Announcing an infraction report for Event 7, Heat 2, Lane 8. Initiate a start before the signal. That's Event 7, Heat 2, Lane 8. So it is Nuttawading who lead in this fourth and final heat of the girls, 12 to 15, 200 metre freestyle relay, ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club. So Nuttawading lead ahead of Melbourne, with MLC and Surrey Park challenging for third. So Nuttawading are going to continue to hold their lead at the halfway mark here in our fourth and final heat, ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club, with Surrey Park in third, just ahead of MLC Aquatic. So Nuttawading continue to lead halfway down this third leg. They've got a half body length lead over Melbourne Swimming Club. Surrey Park is a further half body length away. Also swimming well, challenging for fourth place, is Nuttawading B down in lane 9, with MLC Aquatic in lane 3. So Nuttawading A lead through the last changeover ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club, but a fantastic changeover from Melbourne Swimming Club puts them in the lead at that 15 metre mark. Nuttawading is drawn back alongside them with 25 metres left to swim, and MLC Aquatic is coming strongly with 15 metres left to swim. It is going to be between Nuttawading and Melbourne Swimming Club with 5 metres left to swim. Nuttawading's diving at the wall, but it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who holds on ahead of Nuttawading, with MLC Aquatic in third. in the water now is heat 1 of event 8, the boys 12 to 15 200 freestyle relay. We have 4 heats. In lane 3, Warrnambool A. In lane 4, Bendigo East A. And in lane 5, Yarra Plenty A. So leading through the opening 50 here in this first heat is Bendigo East ahead of Yarra Plenty and Warrnambool sitting in third. A really strong second leg is extending Bendigo East's lead over Yarra Plenty. So at the halfway mark, the positions remain unchanged. Bendigo East in first, Yarra Plenty in second, and Warrnambool in third. So Bendigo East got off to a strong start in this first leg, and they've held it all the way through to their fourth swimmer now, with Yarra Plenty in second place and Warrnambool in third. So in this opening heat of our boys, 12 to 15, 200 freestyle relay, it will be Bendigo East who take it out in a 1:50.75, ahead of Yarra Plenty and Warrnambool in third. Heat 2, Cheltenham A in 0, Ballarat Gold A in 1, Ringwood A in 2, Phoenix Aquatic A in 3, Warragul A in 4, Aquatech A in 5, Propulsion B in 6, Traralgon A in 7, Brighton Grammar B in 8, and Flyers A in 9. So through the first exchange, it is Aquatech who lead ahead of Warragul, with Traralgon sitting in third place. Aquatech have extended their leads halfway down this second leg. Phoenix Aquatic is swimming a really strong second leg to challenge for second with Warragul. But it will be Aquatech who lead at the halfway mark. Warragul and Phoenix Aquatic hit the water together in second, and they've gained half a body length on their changeover, so have come up right alongside Aquatech. So it is Aquatech and Warragul neck and neck down this third leg, with Phoenix Aquatic sitting in third place. So Aquatech maintain their lead, but it's down to half a body length leading to this last 50. Warragul sitting in second, Phoenix Aquatic in third. Phoenix Aquatic is coming up alongside Warragul. Aquatech have extended out to 3/4 of body length with 15 metres left to swim, and flying over in lane 0 is Nunachilt. But it will be Aquatech who take this heat out in a 1:45.64 ahead of Warragul and Phoenix Aquatic in third. Heat 3, MLC B in 0, Melbourne B in 1, Campbell A in 2, Surrey Park B in 3, Bayside A in 4, Geelong A in 5, Furbank A in 6, Henley and Grange A in 7, Brighton Grammar A in 8, and Essendon A in 9. So it will be Geelong who leads just ahead of Camberwell. But a really strong changeover by Campbell, and they lead through the first 25 here of this second leg. So Campbell lead here in Heat 3 of the boys, 12 to 15, 200 freestyle relay. Ahead of Geelong, with Bayside sitting in third place. So Campbell continue to lead, but making their move is both Bayside and Furbank. They've come up alongside Geelong with 15 metres left to swim in this third leg. Campbell continue to lead, but the margin is reducing. It's going to be a four-way battle in this last 50. So Campbell lead ahead of Bayside, Geelong and Furbank. So with 25 metres left to go, Campbell is holding off Furbank in the battle for the Heat 3 victory. Furbank is coming up alongside Campbell with 5 metres left to swim. Can Campbell hold on? They can indeed, in a 1:43.71, just ahead of Furbank, with Geelong in third. Heat 4, Nuttawading B in 0, Caulfield B in 1, MLC Aquatic A in 2, Surrey Park A in 3, Caulfield A in 4, Nuttawading A in 5, Northern Territory A in 6, Melbourne A in 7, Propulsion A in 8, and Ivanhoe Swim A in 9. So it is MLC and Nuttawading who lead through this opening 50 in our fourth and final heat of our boys 12 to 15 200 freestyle relay. They are now being challenged by Caulfield. So those three teams have pulled a bottom and clear of the rest of the field as we head towards the second exchange. It will be Nuttawading who hit the wall first ahead of MLC. Caulfield sitting in third. Nuttawading emerge in front just ahead of Caulfield. They're half a body in clear of MLC in third. Coming strongly now is Surrey Park. Surrey Park are challenging MLC for third place. Nuttawading is holding off Caulfield. So as we head to the last exchange in this final heat, Caulfield has taken over the lead just ahead of Nuttawading. Surrey Park in third. With 25 metres left to swim, it is still Caulfield are holding on. Surrey Park coming strong. Nuttawading fighting hard. It will be between Caulfield and Nuttawading with 5 metres left to swim. Caulfield are holding on. Nuttawading coming but can't get there. Caulfield take it out ahead of Nuttawading with Surrey Park in third. in the water now is heat 1 of our reseeded event 9, the girls 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. We have 3 heats. So we're underway here in our first of 3 heats of our girls 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. A really close battle across the pool with Ivanhoe Swim and Melbourne Swimming Club leading as we approach the second exchange. So Ivanhoe Swim leads just ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club and Traralgon sitting in 3rd place. So it still is the centre of the pool with Melbourne Swimming Club just taking over the lead ahead of Traralgon and Ivanhoe Swim. They have been our top 3 teams throughout this heat 1 of 3 of the girls 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. Melbourne Swimming Club holding on to the lead ahead of Traralgon with Lizanne Well in 3rd now. So Traralgon finishing really strongly here in heat 1. And they go to the wall together with Melbourne Swimming Club and do get the touch. So Traralgon take it out. Melbourne in 2nd and Liz Vanwell in 3rd. Behind the blocks is our reseeded heat 2 of event 9, the girls 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. Underway here in our reseeded heat 2 of our girls 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. A really strong start from Nuttawading in, Howard Pakuranga in 6 and Western Aquatic in 7, as well as Cheltenham in 0. So it is our New Zealand visitors who lead just ahead of Nunawading. And Nunachelt swimming super strongly out in lane 0. So Nunachelt in lane 0 have taken over the lead. Ahead of our New Zealand visitors with Nunawading sitting in 3rd place and Western Aquatic in 4th. So Nunachelt continue to lead at halfway, but now coming through in the middle of the pool is Warragul. A fantastic change has brought them up alongside Nunawading and Hawick Pakuranga. So Nunawading has now pulled clear in the lead by half a body length as we go into our final changeovers with Western Aquatic in 2nd and Nunachelt in 3rd. So with 25 metres left to swim, it is still Nunawading in the lead. Hawick Pakuranga is closing hard, as is Western Aquatic. But it will be Nunawading who take this second heat out in a 1:53.44 ahead of Western Aquatic. Underway here in our reseeded Heat 3 of Event 9. The girls 12 to 18, 4x50 freestyle relay. A really strong start by Campbell in lane 5, and they lead through the opening 25 metres in our 3rd and final heat. So Campbell leads ahead of Bendigo East and Nunawading. So Campbell have a whole body length lead over the rest of the field through this opening 50. So Bendigo East is now starting to challenge with 10 metres left to swim here in our second leg. So it will be Campbell who lead Bendigo East with Vic Centre holding on to 3rd place. So Campbell have had the lead since the start. Vic Centre have now moved into 2nd, just ahead of Bendigo East. So that one body length margin that Campbell has had from the start of the race, they have maintained it. Vic Centre in 2nd. And a really tight battle for 3rd. Campbell trying to hold on. Here comes Caulfield in lane 4. Flying in lane 1 is Vic Centre. Vic Centre is upside alongside Campbell. 15 to go. Caulfield are flying home in 4. It's a 3-way battle as we go under the flags. Can Campbell hold on? They do. Just ahead of Caulfield and Vic Centre in 3rd. Announcing an infraction report for event 8, heat 3, lane 0. Swimmer numbers 4's feet lost contact with starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 8, heat 3, lane 0. So in the water now is heat 1 of event 10, the boys 12 to 18 200 metre freestyle relay. In lane 3, Nana Cheltenham, lane 4, Howick Pakuranga, and in lane 5, Northcote. So as we approach our last exchange, it is Nana Cheltenham and Howick Pakuranga going head-to-head with 50 metres left to swim. So our New Zealanders had a fantastic change over there to take over the lead. And it's going to be a battle between Cheltenham and Northcote for second and third. But it will be Howick Pakuranga who take out this opening heat of our boys 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay, with Northcote getting the touch for second. Announcing an infraction report for event 9, heat 2, lane 8. Swimmer number 2's feet lost touch with the starting platform before preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 9, heat 2, lane 8. So as we approach the halfway mark here in heat 2, it is Westbourne who leads. Ahead of Ballarat, ahead of Warragul. So Westbourne lead through the first 2 legs here, working their way through in the middle of the pool now is IMSC and DVE. So it is now IMSC who take over the lead, and Propulsion. So Propulsion lead with 15 metres left to swim, just holding off IMSC. Coming strongly is DVE in a battle for third place. IMSC has now moved into the lead and will take heat 2 out, ahead of Propulsion with DVE in third. So heat 3 in the water of our boys 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. Swimming really strongly from start out in lane 0 is Starplex. They're going to go into touch at that first 50, just ahead of Bayside. So Bayside had a fantastic changeover to move just ahead of Starplex halfway down our second leg. Swimming well in lane 4 is Western Aquatic. So they've now moved into second place ahead of Starplex, chasing down Bayside. So at the second exchange, Bayside lead ahead of Western Aquatic, with Starplex holding on to third. So Bayside continue to lead by 2 body lengths over Western Aquatic as we head to the last exchange. So Bayside ahead of Western Aquatic, with Starplex maintaining their hold on third place. So Bayside continue to lead just ahead of Western Aquatic, with Starplex in third. Western Aquatic is coming hard, but Bayside will hold on to take out Heat 3 of the boys 12 to 18. 200 freestyle relay. Underway in our fourth and final heat of our boys 12 to 18 200 freestyle relay. Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 4 have the lead from Caulfield and Melbourne Swimming Club B. So it will be Melbourne Swimming Club A leading ahead of Caulfield. Melbourne Swimming Club B sitting in third place. A really swift 23-4 there, lead off from Melbourne Swimming Club A. They've got a half body length lead over Caulfield. Melbourne Swimming Club B holding on to third, but now being challenged by Traralgon out in lane 1. So at the halfway mark, it will be Melbourne Swimming Club A who lead ahead of Caulfield, Traralgon into third. So Melbourne Swimming Club continue to lead ahead of Caulfield, with a really tight battle between Melbourne Swimming Club B, Traralgon, Nunawading and Northern Territory for that battle for third. So as our final swimmers hit the water, it is still Melbourne Swimming Club who lead over Caulfield. Nunawading has now moved into third place, just ahead of Northern Territory. So with 25 metres left to swim, Melbourne Swimming Club have cleared out, leading by over a body length ahead of Caulfield. Northern Territory moving into third place. It is Melbourne Swimming Club who take out in a 1:35.20 ahead of Caulfield. Northern Territory in third, and our third Victorian team is Nunawading. Our next event will be event 13, the mixed 12 to 18 200 medley relay, para and able-bodied. So that was the conclusion of our freestyle relays for this evening, but we are now moving on to our medley relays. So if you had been rostered on for backstroke ledges, make sure you please do come down. If you had been rostered on for backstroke ledges, make sure you please do come down to pool deck now. Fun Swim is an exciting initiative created by Swimming Victoria to provide swimmers aged 7 to 12 years with a fun, engaging and accessible introduction to racing and squad-style training designed to complement Learn to Swim programs. This program aims to keep a clear and consistent pathways from Learn to Swim to club swimming by encouraging collaboration between clubs and swim schools. This partnership approach is central to ensuring that young swimmers enjoy a positive, well-supported transition into competitive swimming. To contact Swimming Victoria to find out more. A special birthday shout out to Edwina from Loretto Aquatic, who turns 15 today. So we're underway here in our mixed para and able-bodied medley relay. So we've got our mixed para and able-bodied medley relay here, with action aplenty. So a reminder, this is a combination of our able-bodied athletes and our para athletes in the medley relay format, off a handicap start. So Propulsion is currently leading over in lane 1. Announcing an infraction report for event 10, heat 2, lane 7. Relay team did not swim in the order listed. That's event 10, heat 2, lane 7. So Propulsion continue to lead here with 15 metres left to swim. Ivanhoe Swim is coming up alongside them and has taken over the lead with 5 metres left to swim. Ivanhoe Swim will be the first team to touch the wall. Propulsion touching in second. Geelong is holding on to third place ahead of Northern Territory, with Warragul also charging home fast in the Northern Territory B team. Our next event is event 14, the mixed 12 to 18 200 medley relay. We have 5 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Underway here in heat 1 of event 14, the mixed 12 to 18 200 metre medley relay. Brian Grammer off to a strong start ahead of Gisborne. A reminder, these teams must be comprised of 2 athletes that are male, 2 athletes that are female, between the ages of 12 to 18. So Brian Grammer lead through the opening 50. Gisborne sitting in second and Swimland in third. So Brighton Grammar continue to lead here in heat 1 of 5 of the mixed 200 metre medley relay. So they've got a strong lead at the 100 metre mark. Seymour have now moved into second place with Gisborne sitting in third. So Brighton Grammar well clear here. A nice tight battle between Seymour and Gisborne for second place, and now starting to move through as IMSC. But Brighton Grammar well and truly in the lead, and lead by more than 15 metres as they head into their freestyle, as the other teams conclude their butterfly. So is all Brighton Grammar here in heat 1 of our mixed 12 to 18 medley relay, and they come into touch in a strong time of 2:03.79 with IMSC in second and Gisborne getting the touch for third. Heat 2, Doncaster A in 0, CGGS A in 1, Northcote A in 2, DVE A in 3, Japan A in 4, Ballarat Gold B in 5, Starplex A in 6, Gisborne A in 7, HC Swim Club A in 8, and Northcote B in 9. So it is Ballarat Gold who lead just ahead of HC Swim Club. So Ballarat Gold continue to hold a slight lead over HC Swim Club as we approach the breaststroke to butterfly exchange. So Ballarat Gold leads, HC Swim Club in second, Northcote in third. So HC Swim Club has now taken over the lead with 25 metres left to go in this butterfly leg. Ballarat Gold holding on to second, but strong swim from Starplex, and they're going to touch on the wall together with Ballarat Gold heading into our freestyle leg. So HC Swim Club lead through the first 15 metres of this freestyle leg, but now starting to fly home in lane 2 is Northcote. So Northcote move up alongside and now past HC Swim Club with 15 metres left to swim. Flying home is DVE, but it will be Northcote who are going to hold on and take this second heat out ahead of DVE and HC Swim Club in third. So Brighton Grammar's time from that first heat still sitting as the time to beat as we head towards heat 3. Just a reminder to all spectators, no flash photography is allowed. Just a reminder to all spectators, no flash photography is allowed. Heat 3, Ballarat Gold A in 0, Surrey Park B in 1, Cardinia A in 2, Westside A in 3, PLC A in 4, Propulsion B in 5, MLC Aquatic B in 6, Yarra Plenty B in 7, Artemis A in 8 and Warrnambool A in 9. So it will be Cardinia who lead through the backstroke leg after a nice strong backstroke swim. Gives them a good clear lead as we head into the breaststroke. But a really strong changeover and split stroke from Ballarat Gold in lane 0 and they've popped up in the lead. Also challenging them in lane 6 is MLC Aquatic. So MLC Aquatic, Ballarat Gold and Cardinia are our leaders through this breaststroke leg. MLC Aquatic have now pulled into a clear lead at the breaststroke to butterfly exchange ahead of Cardinia and Ballarat Gold in third. So MLC Aquatic have got a strong lead as we head into the butterfly leg. Watch for PLC and Westside to make a bit of a move here down this butterfly leg. So Westside and PLC have now moved into second and third behind MLC Aquatic here in heat 3 of our mixed 12 to 18 medley relay. So MLC Aquatic still hold on to their lead into the freestyle leg. But Westside and PLC are right up alongside them now with 25 metres left to swim. So Westside have now taken over the lead with 15 metres left ahead of PLC with MLC in third. It will be Westside who take out heat 3 in a 2:01.12 ahead of PLC and MLC in third. So underway here in Heat 4. Vic Centre B in 0, Essendon A in 1, MLC Aquatic A in 2, Propulsion A in 3, Surrey Park A in 4, Geelong A in 5, Yarra Plenty A in 6, Bayside A in 7, Vic Centre A in 8, and Western Aquatic A in 9. So it is Yarra Plenty who lead through the backstroke leg here in Heat 4 of our mixed 200 medley relay. A really strong exchange from Vic Centre has moved them into the lead with MLC Aquatic. So with the freestyle leg left here, Geelong has taken over the lead here in Heat 4. So through the first 25, Geelong have maintained a hold on to their lead, but Surrey Park is coming really strongly alongside them. With 15 metres left to swim, Surrey Park has moved past Geelong. So in Heat 4, it will be Surrey Park who take the heat out, with Geelong in second and Vic Centre in third. Announcing a points update, the club points total update through the freestyle relays. In 5th place, MLC Aquatic. In 4th place, Caulfield Aquatic. In 3rd place, Surrey Park. In 2nd place, Melbourne Swimming Club. And in the lead currently after the freestyle relays, Nuttawading. So underway now, 5th and final heat of our mixed 12 to 18 200 medley relay. Really strong start by Nuttawading and Caulfield through this backstroke leg. So they're going to be leading at the end of the backstroke leg. So it will be Caulfield who lead ahead of Nuttawading, with Melbourne in third. So Caulfield continue to lead through this breaststroke leg ahead of Nuttawading B team and Melbourne Swimming Club B team in lane 0. Now moving into 3rd place is Melbourne Swimming Club A team. So Caulfield are going to lead at the halfway mark. Nuttawading B team holding on to 2nd place. Melbourne Swimming Club A into 3rd ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club B and Nuttawading A. So Caulfield have got a strong lead as they head into the butterfly leg. Nuttawading B team holding on to 2nd place ahead of Melbourne A, and Nuttawading B A's now starting to make their move in this butterfly leg. So it will be Caulfield who lead into this freestyle leg ahead of Nuttawading A, with Nuttawading B in 3rd. So Caulfield lead with 35 metres left to swim. Nuttawading and Melbourne Swimming Club starting to come strongly in this last 25. Caulfield holding on. Nuttawading is coming, but it's Melbourne Swimming Club who's challenging in the last 5 metres. On the wall, it will be a dead heat. Melbourne touch the wall together with Nuttawading in third. So Caulfield and Melbourne touching the wall together there to take out the mixed 12 to 18 200 metre medley relay. Our next event is event 15, the girls 12 to 13 200 medley relay. We have 4 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So we're underway here in event 15, the girls 12 to 13 200 medley relay. Heat 1 is in the water, and it's CGGS who are off to a strong start in lane 7. They're leading ahead of Essendon in the centre of the pool. Announcing an infraction report for event 14, heat 4, lane 7. Relay team did not swim in order listed. That's event 14, heat 4, lane 7. So it's still between CGGS and Essendon as we approach the breaststroke to butterfly exchange. So it will be Essendon who lead ahead of CGGS, with Flyers sitting in third place. A really strong first 25 from Essendon has opened up their lead to 2 body lengths ahead of CGGS. With Vic Centre moving into third place ahead of Flyers. So Essendon continue to lead into the freestyle leg. Vic Centre have taken over second place just ahead of CGGS. Those two are having a great battle down this first 25 of freestyle. But it is all Essendon here in the opening heat of the girls 12-13 200 medley relay. They're in front of the start and they've led throughout and extended their lead to take out this opening heat ahead of CGGS with Vic Centre in third. Underway here in Heat 2 of event 15. In lane 0, Warrigal B. Lane 1, Benella A. Lane 2, PLC A. Lane 3, Kangaroo Flats A. Lane 4, Brian Grammer A. Lane 5, DVE A. Lane 6, Loretto A. Lane 7, Caulfield B. Lane 8, Ivanhoe Swim A. And lane 9, Bendy Hawks A. So through the backstroke leg, it will be PLC who leads, after a really strong backstroke there from Loretto, with DVE sitting in third place. So PLC continue to lead halfway down this breaststroke leg, but starting to make a really strong challenge for that lead is DVE. So they were sitting third after the breaststroke leg. They've come right up alongside PLC with 10 metres left to swim. And Ivanhoe's swimmers also putting together a good breaststroke swim. So those three clubs are going to touch the wall together as we head into our butterfly. So it is DVE who pop up in the lead after the butterfly exchange and are starting to pull away from PLC. So with 15 metres left to swim, DVE have a comfortable lead, but the battle for second is getting very tight behind them. So DVE lead ahead of Brighton Grammar with Loretto in third. So DVE have a body length lead with 25 metres left to swim. Brighton Grammar, Loretto, Caulfield all challenging. With 15 metres left to swim, DVE are holding on to their body length lead. Brighton Grammar in second, Loretto in third, Caulfield in fourth. But it will be DVE who take out this second heat ahead of Brighton Grammar and Loretto in third. So underway here in Heat 3, MLC Aquatic B in 0, Northern Territory A in 1, Furbank Aquastars A in 2, Warragul A in 3, Surrey Park B in 4, Bendigo East A in 5, Caulfield A in 6, Bayside A in 7, Traralgon A in 8 and Warrnambool A in 9. So really tight opening 50 of backstrokers. Now our breaststrokers come up from their split stroke, and it is Caulfield who have moved into the lead, just ahead of Nuttawading. So, Bayside. So Caulfield ahead of Bayside, with Warragul sitting in third place. So with 15 metres left to swim of our breaststroke, Warragul's come right up alongside Caulfield here in Heat 3 of our girls 12 to 13 medley relay. So Warragul lead ahead of Caulfield, with Bayside sitting in third place. DVE set the time to beat in the previous heat of a 2:21.25. Caulfield have now moved back into the lead, halfway down our butterfly leg. Warragul sitting in second place, right alongside them and challenging for them for that position is Bayside. So with our freestylers hitting the water, it is Caulfield who leads, ahead of Warragul and Bayside. Caulfield comfortably in front here in our third heat of our girls 12 to 13 medley relay. But the battle for second's anyone's game. Bayside holding off at Traralgon, charging home, and Traralgon looks like they're going to get up for second ahead of Bayside. But it was all Caulfield who took that heat out in a 2:13.09. So underway in our fourth and final heat of our girls 12 to 13 200 medley relay. And it's Surrey Park who lead through the opening 25, ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club and Nuttawading. So Surrey Park are going to lead for the backstroke to breaststroke exchange, just ahead of Nuttawading and Melbourne Swimming Club. So as we start this breaststroke leg, Surrey Park maintain their half body length lead over Nuttawading and Melbourne Swimming Club. They're 3 body lengths clear of the rest of the field. Nuttawading has now moved into the lead with 15 metres left to swim here in the breaststroke. The Butterflies are ready on the block. Melbourne Swimming Club moving into second place with Surrey Park in third. So as we make the exchange at the halfway mark, it is Nuttawading in front, Melbourne Swimming Club in second and Surrey Park in third. So Nuttawading hold a body length lead over Melbourne Swimming Club and a further body length back to Surrey Park in third. The Victorian record was set last year. In this event, but it is Nuttawading who lead ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club and Surrey Park in third with 25 metres left to swim. Melbourne Swimming Club is making some ground on Nuttawading. It's down to 3/4 of a body length. With 15 metres left to swim, it's down to half a body length. With 10 metres left to swim, they're neck and neck under the flags together. They go into the wall and it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who take it out ahead of Nuttawading with Surrey Park in third. And a new state age record for our Melbourne Swimming Club girls, breaking the record set back in 2018. In the water now is event 16, the boys 12 to 13 200 medley relay. We have 3 heats. A nice even start across the field here in Heat 1. as we make our way towards the backstroke to breaststroke exchanges. It will be Bayside who touched just ahead of Bendigo Hawks. So Bayside used a really good changeover and opening 25 of breaststroke here to pull clear of the rest of the field, with Ivanhoe Swim now moving into second place and Southwest in third. So through into the last 10 metres of our breaststroke leg, it is Bayside who pulled well clear of the rest of the field, and they lead out of a tight battle for second, which is being currently led by Propulsion and Southwest. So it is Bayside who lead here in Heat 1 of the boys 12 to 13 200 medley relay. None at Cheltenham has now started to close in on the gap to Bayside, and they're going to be within a body length as we make this final exchange. So it still is Bayside who lead over Nunachelt and Bendigo Hawks in third. With 25 metres left to swim, Bayside are holding off Nunacheltenham. And with 15 metres left to swim, it does look like Bayside are going to take out this opening heat of the boys 12 to 13 medley relay in a time of 2:17.50. Nunachelton second and Bendigo Hawks in third. And we're underway in Heat 2 of our boys 12 to 13 200 medley relay. A nice strong start in the middle of the pool from Furbank Aquastars. They lead through the first 25 metres with Doncaster in lane 7. So Doncaster is now taking over the lead with 15 metres left to swim in this backstroke leg, ahead of Furbank, with Vic Centre sitting in third place. So through this first 15 metres of breaststroke, it is Vic Centre and Furbank who have moved ahead of Doncaster. So now it is Furbank who is starting to pull away from the rest of the field in this second 25 of the breaststroke leg. Our butterflies are on the block, ready to go, and it will be Furbank Aquastars who lead ahead of Vic Centre and Doncaster in third. So Furbank Aquastars have a body length lead over Vic Centre and Doncaster, with Ivanhoe Swim over in lane 0 putting together a really good butterfly leg to move up into that battle for second place. So Furbank still hold that body length lead over Ivanhoe Swim, Vic Centre and Doncaster. So Furbank will hit the water first ahead of Doncaster, Ivanhoe Swim and Doncaster sitting in third place. So through the first 25 metres here in Heat 2, it is Furbank Aquastars who lead but finishing really strongly is Vic Centre. They've closed to within a body length of Furbank with 15 metres left to swim. But that is going to be too little, too late, and Furbank Aquastars take out Heat 2 ahead of Vic Centre with Melbourne Swimming Club in third. Underway in our third and final heat of event 16, the boys 12-13 200 medley relay. And it is the Nuttawading teams in the centre of the pool who are going to lead at the end of this backstroke leg. Nuttawading A lead Nuttawading B as we move into our breaststroke. So Nuttawading A has a half body length lead over Nuttawading B. Sitting in third place is HC Swim Club. Putting together a strong breaststroke leg is Geelong. They've moved up alongside HC Swim Club and started to make some ground on Nuttawading B team. So Nuttawading A continues to lead ahead of Nuttawading B. And they'll lead from their teammates by a body length at the halfway mark here. So Nuttawading A lead from Nuttawading B. A really strong changeover from HC Swim Club have moved them back into third place. Also swimming well is Surrey Park, and they're challenging for third and now second. Nuttawading A has cleared out and is 2 body lengths clear of Nuttawading B and Surrey Park. The Victorian age group record was set by Nuttawading in this event last year at a 1:57.04. And it does look like Nuttawading are going to defend their title. Nuttawading B is holding on for second, but it is all Nuttawading A, and in a new state age record, take out the title. Nuttawading B in second and Surrey Park in third. In the water is Heat 1 of Event 17, the girls 12-18 400 medley relay. We have 2 heats. In lane 3, Ivanhoe Swim A. In lane 4, Surrey Park B. In lane 5, Warrigal A. And in lane 6, Yarra Plenty B. So through the opening 50, it is Surrey Park who leads. ahead of Warragul, with Ivanhoe Swim sitting in third. Announcing an infraction report for event 15, heat 3, lane 6. Swimmer number 4's feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 15, heat 3, lane 6. Announcing an infraction report for event 16, heat 1, lane 5. Relay team did not swim in order listed. That's event 16, heat 1, lane 5. Announcing an infraction report for event 16, heat 3, lane 1. Swimmer number 2's feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 16, heat 3, lane 1. So in the opening heat of our 4x100 medley relay, it is still Surrey Park who continue to lead. Ivanhoe Swim in second, Yarra Plenty in third. So it's now starting to tighten up as we head towards our final changeover. Ivanhoe Swim and Surrey Park hit that last changeover together. Surrey Park pop up in the lead and have re-established their hold of first place, with Warragul sitting in third place. So Surrey Park have re-established their lead. They've got a 2-body length lead ahead of Ivanhoe Swim. So in this opening heat, it will be Surrey Park B who are going to touch the wall first. So Surrey Park take out this opening heat in a 4:42.22 ahead of Ivanhoe Swim and Warragul in third. In lane 0, Melbourne B. In lane 1, Propulsion A. In lane 2, Caulfield A. Lane 3, Nuttawading B. Lane 4, Nuttawading A. Lane 5, Surrey Park A. Lane 6, Japan A. Lane 7, Melbourne A. Lane 8, Yarra Plenty A. And in lane 9, Propulsion B. So it is Nuttawading A who's leading ahead of Caulfield and Surrey Park through this opening 50 of backstroke. And Nuttawading A have continued to extend their lead through the backstroke leg, with Caulfield now sitting in second place as we make our back to breast exchanges. So Nuttawading A lead ahead of Caulfield. Now moving into third is Melbourne Swimming Club. Through the opening 25 of breaststroke here, Nuttawading B has moved up into third place, sitting behind Melbourne Swimming Club in second and Nuttawading A in first. So Nuttawading A lead through the opening 50 of breaststroke. Nuttawading B is now moved into second place ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club and Surrey Park. So MLC Aquatic are our title holders in this event from last year in a 4:16.92. They won't be able to defend their title, but it does look like Nuttawading A is in a strong position here. At the halfway mark, Surrey Park has moved ahead of Nuttawading B and Melbourne Swimming Club in that battle for second. Nuttawading Swimming Club A is well and truly in command of this race, but it's a great battle between Melbourne Swimming Club, Surrey Park and Nuttawading B for second and third. So Nuttawading A lead by 10 metres as we head to the final 50 of butterfly here in our second and final heat of the girls 12 to 18 400 metre medley relay. So Surrey Park has now moved into second place ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club in third and Nuttawading B in fourth. So Nuttawading A has maintained that 10-metre lead as they head into the freestyle leg in control of this event. Surrey Park in second and Nuttawading B hit the water together with Melbourne Swimming Club A. So with 65 metres left to swim, it is all Nuttawading A. They're out by 10 metres ahead of Surrey Park. Nuttawading B comfortably in third place, a bottom then clear of Melbourne Swimming Club. So 25 metres left to swim. It is all Nuttawading. Nuttawading A team, 10 metres clear of Surrey Park. Nuttawading B team a further 2 body lengths behind, trying to make some ground in this last 25, but it will be Nuttawading A team who come into the wall and take it out at 4:23.22. Surrey Park in second and Nuttawading B team in third. in the water now is heat 1 of event 18. The boys 12 to 18 400 medley relay. In lane 3, Aquatech A. In lane 4, Propulsion B. In lane 5, Surrey Park B. And in lane 6, Japan A. So it is Propulsion who lead through this opening 50 of backstroke ahead of Surrey Park, and Japan sitting in third place. So a strong backstroke leg here from Propulsion is going to give them the lead as we head into the breaststroke. 5 metres clear of Surrey Park, with Japan in third. So Surrey Park is starting to make a little bit of inroads here in this opening 25 of breaststroke on Melbourne Propulsion. They've cleared ahead of Surrey Park. They've cleared ahead of Japan in third. So Propulsion continue to lead, but their margin has been reduced to just under 2 body lengths by Surrey Park, sitting in second place here, as we've got 25 metres left to go in our breaststroke leg in the opening heat of our boys 12 to 18 medley relay. So as we move on to the butterfly, the margin has been reduced to just over a body length. Western Melbourne Propulsion still lead ahead of Surrey Park in a nice tight battle for third between Japan and Aquatech. So Surrey Park continue to sit 3/4 of body length behind Propulsion in this opening 25 metres of butterfly. As we make the turn here in the butterfly leg, the margin is still unchanged between Western Melbourne Propulsion and Surrey Park. So really strong second 50 here from the Propulsion B team, has extended their lead out to almost 2 body lengths with 15 metres left to swim. So Propulsion have been leading from the start. They've re-extended that lead ahead of Surrey Park and are going to head into that freestyle leg with almost 3 body length lead. Aquatech has now moved into third place ahead of Japan. So Propulsion have extended their lead out to 5 metres with 50 metres left to swim here. They gained another couple of hundredths of a second on that opening 50. And with 25 metres left to swim, are in complete control of this opening heat of the boys 12 to 18 400 medley relay. And are going to set the time to beat for the second heat as they come underneath the flags and down to touch in a time of 4:15.27. Surrey Park in second, and it will be Aquatech in third. underway here in our second and final heat of the boys 12 to 18 400 medley relay. In lane 0, Ivanhoe Swim A. In lane 1, Nuttawading B. In lane 2, Propulsion A. Lane 3, Nuttawading A. Lane 4, Caulfield A. Lane 5, Melbourne A. Lane 6, Camberwell A. Lane 7, Melbourne B. Lane 8, Surrey Park A. And in lane 9, Camberwell B. So through the opening 50, it is Caulfield who lead ahead of Melbourne Swimming Club. So Melbourne Swimming Club are our defending champions in a time of 3:53.85 from last year. They're currently sitting in second place behind Caulfield, with Propulsion in third. So as we move towards the 50-metre turn of the breaststroke leg, it is still Caulfield who leading by half a body length over Melbourne Swimming Club. A really strong opening 50 from Melbourne Swimming Club. 29-2 split there, and they've popped up in the lead after the turn. So Melbourne Swimming Club lead over Caulfield, with Propulsion sitting in third. And now Nuttawading has now moved into third place. The Nuttawading B team and Nuttawading A team are going stroke for stroke in that battle for third, but it is Melbourne Swimming Club leading Caulfield. Nuttawading A in third, Nuttawading B in fourth, and Propulsion in fifth. So Melbourne Swimming Club clear by a body length over Caulfield as we approach the 50-metre turn of this butterfly leg. Nuttawading A is starting to make a bit of a move here as they're aiming to reduce the margin to those top two teams. A really strong opening 50 from Nuttawading. They gained about a second over both Melbourne Swimming Club and Caulfield. But it is Melbourne Swimming Club who lead by 2 body lengths over Caulfield. Nuttawading are closing the gap between second and third. So it is our defending champions who are in front as we head towards our freestyle leg. So Melbourne Swimming Club touch first ahead of Caulfield and Nuttawading. So Melbourne Swimming Club have a clear lead in this freestyle leg. 5 metres clear of Caulfield, and Nuttawading A sitting in third. So with 50 metres left to go, it is all Melbourne Swimming Club who lead and are going to defend their title from Caulfield and Nuttawading, who are having a great battle for second and third. With 25 metres left to swim, Melbourne Swimming Club are still 5 metres clear of Caulfield, with Nuttawading a further body length behind. But it is all Melbourne Swimming Club who take the title out in a 3:54.64. Caulfield in second and Nuttawading in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 19, the girls 12 to 15 200 metre medley relay. We have 4 heats. In lane 3, Traralgon B. In lane 4, Flyers A. And in lane 5, Westside A. So it's Westside who lead through the backstroke leg. With Traralgon in second and Flyers sitting in third place. So Westside maintain their lead as we head towards the breaststroke to butterfly changeover. Traralgon sitting in second, Flyers in third. Good changeovers from all 3 teams there as Westside maintain their lead. But now it's neck and neck between Traralgon and Flyers, 25 metres into that butterfly leg. So as we approach the end of the butterfly leg, it is still Westside who lead. But now taking over second place is Flyers with Traralgon in third place. So Westside hold on to a body length lead ahead of Flyers with 15 metres left to swim here in our opening heat. It will be Westside who touch first ahead of Flyers and Traralgon in third place. Underway in heat 2 of event 19. And through the backstroke leg, it's nice and even, but it will be Traralgon A team who lead. Announcing an infraction report for event 18, heat 2, lane 4. Swimmers 4 feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding team touched the wall. That's event 18, heat 2, lane 4. So it's Yarra Plenty who lead. And established a clear lead in through the middle portion of this breaststroke and butterfly legs. So they're going to lead through to the freestyle leg ahead of Traralgon, with Caulfield sitting in third place. A strong changeover from Yarra Plenty. They maintain their body length lead over Traralgon with 25 metres left to swim. And it will be Yarra Plenty who take out Heat 2 ahead of Traralgon, with a nice tight battle going to Ivanhoe Swim for third. So underway here in Heat 3 of Event 19, the girls 12 to 15 200 medley relay. A really strong start from Bendigo East in lane 7. Also swimming well is Vic Centre in 2. Those two are going to lead us through this backstroke leg as they go into the wall together, with Caulfield sitting in third place. So Vic Centre have taken over the outright lead with 15 metres left to swim in this breaststroke leg. Bendigo East are sitting in second place, and Geelong has now moved into third. Announcing an infraction report for Event 19, Heat 1, Lane 3. Swimmers number 4 feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's Event 19, Heat 1, Lane 3. So as we head to our freestyle leg here in Heat 3, it is still Vic Centre who leads, ahead of Geelong and Propulsion in a really tight battle for second and third. But Vic Centre are comfortably in the lead here in Heat 3 and are going to set the time to beat for that last heat in a 2:05.64, with Propulsion just touching out Geelong for second and third. Underway in our fourth and final heat of our girls 12 to 15 medley relay. Our title holders are Nuttawading Swimming Club, but they're going to have a fight on their hands to defend their title with MLC leading from Melbourne Swimming Club in this backstroke leg, with Nuttawatting sitting in third place, just ahead of Campbell and Furbank. So Melbourne and MLC going stroke for stroke down this breaststroke leg, with Nuttawatting sitting in third place. So with 15 metres left to go of the breaststroke, it's still nothing between Melbourne and MLC. They head to the changeover together, and Nuttawatting comfortably in third place, ahead of Furbank and Camberwell on this side of the pool. But it is all the action out in front, with a fantastic changeover from Melbourne Swimming Club to extend their lead out to half a body length over MLC Aquatic. So Melbourne Swimming Club now out to a body length lead as we head towards the freestyle. MLC sitting in second place, Nuttawatting in third. With 25 metres left to swim, Melbourne Swimming Club are a body length clear of MLC, with Nuttawatting sitting comfortably in third place. But it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who take out the 12 to 15 medley relay for the girls in at 1:58.49, head of MLC and Nuttawatting in third. That is a new Victorian age group record for Melbourne Swimming Club. In the water now is heat 1 of event 20, the boys 12 to 15 200 metre medley relay. We have 4 heats. Flyers A in 3, Ballarat Gold A in 4, and Brighton Grammar B in 5. So it is Ballarat Gold who lead through the backstroke leg, ahead of Flyers and Brighton Grammar. Our title holders in this event are Melbourne Swimming Club, who took the title out in a 1:48.27 last year. It is Ballarat Gold, whose margin has been reduced by Brighton Grammar in that breaststroke leg. Those two are battling for first and second, with the Flyers sitting in third place. So Ballarat Gold have maintained their lead and extended it in their second 25 with a butterfly over Brighton Grammar, with Flyers maintaining third place. And our opening heat of our boys 12 to 15 200 medley relay. With 15 metres left to swim, Brighton Grammar trying to make a bit of a move on Ballarat Gold, but Ballarat Gold will take out this opening heat in a 2:05.58. Brighton Grammar in second and the Flyers in third. Underway here in heat 2 of event 20. In lane 1, Nana Cheltenham A. In lane 2, Propulsion B. In lane 3, Warrigal A. In lane 4, Camberwell B. In lane 5, Furbank Aquastars A. In lane 6, Yarra Plenty A. Lane 7, Ringwood A. Lane 8, Traralgon. And it's Furbank Aquastars who lead through the backstroke leg, ahead of Camberwell, with Cheltenham sitting in 3rd place. So 25 metres into our breaststroke. It's Furbank and Camberwell going neck and neck, stroke for stroke. So Furbank and Camberwell come underneath the flags to conclude the breaststroke leg as we head towards our butterflies together. So Furbank hold a slight lead after that changeover over Camberwell, with Nana Cheltenham moving clearly into 3rd place ahead of Warrigal. So Furbank Aquastars have maintained their 3/4 of a body length lead in this butterfly leg as we head out to our last exchange. Really strong change over there from Campbell have brought them almost alongside Furbank Aquastars through this opening 25 of freestyle. Nana Cheltenham are sitting in 3rd place, but it is going to be a battle between Furbank and Campbell in this last 15 metres for the heat win, with Furbank starting to pull clear in the last 5 metres to take it out in a nice swift time of 1:57.99 ahead of Campbell, with Nana Cheltenham in 3rd. So underway here in heat 3, MLC Aquatic B in 0, Brian Grammar A in 1, Aquatech A in 2, Northern Territory A in 3, Geelong A in 4, Surrey Park B in 5, Henley and Grange A in 6, Phoenix Aquatic A in 7, Melbourne B in 8, and Essendon A in 9. So through that backstroke leg, it is Northern Territory who lead ahead of MLC Aquatic, with Henley and Grange in 3rd. A really strong changeover from Henley and Grange, and opening 25 of breaststroke has brought them into the lead with Phoenix Aquatic. Those two are going stroke and stroke next to each other. And a strong second 25 of breaststroke has moved Phoenix from 6th into 1st place at the halfway mark. Henley and Grange sit in 2nd, just a half body length behind, with Surrey Park and Melbourne making a move for 3rd place. So as we approach the final 15 metres of our butterfly leg, it is still Phoenix Aquatic who leading by now 2.5 body lengths over Henley and Grange, with Geelong sitting in 3rd. So Phoenix Aquatic has cleared out from the rest of this heat and are looking to hold on and take out heat 3 of the boys 12 to 15 medley relay. Henley and Grange holding on for 2nd place, with Geelong coming strongly to challenge, but it will be Phoenix Aquatic in 1st, Henley and Grange in 2nd, and Geelong in 3rd. In lane 0, Propulsion A. Lane 1, Nuttawading B. Lane 2, Caulfield B. Lane 3, Camberwell A. Lane 4, Nuttawading A. Lane 5, Caulfield A. Lane 6, MLC Aquatic A. Lane 7, Ivanhoe Swim A. Lane 8, Surrey Park A. And in lane 9, Melbourne A. So this is our fourth and final heat of the boys 12 to 15 medley relay. And it will be Campbell just ahead of Nuttawading and Ivanhoe Swim after the backstroke leg. And they've maintained their lead through the start of this breaststroke, with Campbell and Nuttawading now moving clear of the rest of the field. So it will be Nuttawading just ahead of Camberwell, with 15 metres left to swim in this breaststroke here in our fourth and final heat. They come together for the touch, with Nuttawading just ahead of Camberwell. They both surface together. So it's a nice battle between first and second, Nuttawading and Camberwell. In third place is Caulfield and Nuttawading B. So with 15 metres left of butterfly to swim, Nuttawading A is half a body length ahead of Camberwell, with Caulfield sitting in third place. As our freestylers enter the water, really strong change over there from Camberwell to start to gain some ground back on Nuttawading. But once we popped up for the swimming portion, it is all Nuttawading who's out to a 1.5 body length lead, and Caulfield are storming home to challenge Camberwell for second place. But it is all Nuttawading who take out a 1:48.57 victory there ahead of Camberwell, and Caulfield in third place. In the water now is heat 1 of event 21, the girls 12 to 18 200 metre medley relay. There are 4 heats, been reseeded down to 3 heats. So this is the reseeded heat 1 of event 21. And it is Ivanhoe Swim who lead after the backstroke leg and have maintained that lead through the first 25 metres of breaststroke. But now PLC is starting to challenge, and Cheltenham are coming alongside them as well. So it's lane 1, 2, 3. We're all contending for the lead here as we approach the halfway mark, with Propulsion and Surrey Park also making a bit of a move. So as we go from breaststroke into butterfly, it's very tight between those top 5 teams. A really good changeover from Nunna Cheltenham, and they pop up in the lead. Sitting in second place is Propulsion, with Ivanhoe Swim and Surrey Park in third. With 15 metres left to swim, Nunna Cheltenham still maintain their lead, just ahead of Ivanhoe Swim. They go to the wall almost together, with Propulsion also in with the hunt here as those first 3 teams surface for our freestyle. It is still Nunna Cheltenham who hold a slight lead over Ivanhoe Swim, and Propulsion sitting in third place. In the last 25 metres, Nunna Cheltenham has pulled away and will take out this opening heat of the 12 to 18 200 medley relay for the girls. Underway in our reseeded Heat 2 of event 21. In lane 0, Ballarat Gold. In lane 1, DVE. In lane 2, Geelong. In lane 3, Essendon. 4, Traralgon. 5, Nuttawading. 6, Warrnambool. 7, Warragul. 8, Caulfield. And 9, Hamilton Aquatic. So through the backstroke leg, it is Essendon who touch first, just ahead of Hamilton Aquatic. And Essendon have maintained their lead through the opening 25 of breaststroke. Also swimming well is Ballarat Gold in lane 0. They've come up right alongside Essendon with 15 metres of breaststroke left to swim. Those two are going to challenge for the lead as we approach the breaststroke to butterfly exchange. So it will be Essendon who lead ahead of Ballarat Gold as our butterflies enter the water, with Geelong sitting in 3rd place. So Essendon continue to hold a slight lead over Ballarat Gold. Geelong sitting in 3rd. DVE swimming well. Nuttawading swimming well. Traralgon swimming well in this butterfly. So it's getting really tight for the minor places. So as we head towards our freestyle, it is going to be between Ballarat Gold and Essendon as they enter the water. Caulfield also swimming well down in lane 8. Those three teams hit the water first for our freestyle leg. Essendon have been leading throughout this and are continuing to lead with 15 metres left to go, but Traralgon is finishing really strongly. Caulfield is swimming strongly. Nuttawading is finishing strongly. Will Essendon be able to hold on? And the touch does go to Caulfield. Essendon in 2nd and Traralgon in 3rd. Underway in our 3rd and final heat of the girls 12 to 18 4x50 medley relay. And it is Melbourne and Nuttawading in the centre of the pool who will lead after the backstroke leg. Also swimming strongly is Caulfield in 7 and Camberwell in 9 and Bendigo East in 1. So as we head towards the breaststroke, it is Melbourne Swimming Club who lead through the first 15 metres of breaststroke ahead of Nuttawading, with Melbourne Vic Centre in 3rd. With 15 metres left to go in the breaststroke leg, Melbourne Swimming Club maintain their hold of 1st place. Melbourne Vic Centre have moved into 2nd with Nuttawading as they go to the butterfly leg. It is still Melbourne Swimming Club in front, just ahead of Nuttawading and Melbourne Vic Centre. Those three teams have a body length clear of Surrey Park and Bendigo East. 25 metres through the butterfly. Melbourne Swimming Club have that body length lead over Vic Centre and Nuttawading. As we head to the final 50 of our last event for our females on this evening's program, it is Melbourne Swimming Club who lead by half a body length over Vic Centre and Nuttawading sitting in third place. Vic Centre closes the gap to a quarter of a body length with 25 metres left to swim. Melbourne Swimming Club trying to hold off. Vic Centre getting closer and closer on every stroke with 5 metres left to swim. It will be Melbourne Swimming Club who hold on to take this out in a 2:00:01 ahead of Vic Centre with Nuttawading in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 22, the boys 12 to 18 200 metre medley relay. We have 4 heats. In lane 3, Ballarat Gold B. In lane 5, Cheltenham A. And in lane 6, Japan A. So through the backstroke leg, it is Ballarat Gold who lead ahead of Nunna Cheltenham. But a fantastic changeover from Nunna Cheltenham has moved them into the lead as we approach the 25 metre mark of the breaststroke leg. So Nunna Cheltenham have taken over control of this opening heat of the boys 12 to 18 4x50 medley relay. So Nunna Chelt lead as the butterflies enter the water ahead of Ballarat Gold with Japan in third. So Nunna Chelt have continued to extend their lead here in this butterfly leg of the opening heat. Ballarat Gold holding on to second place as Japan start to make some ground. As our freestylers enter the water, Nunna Cheltenham in complete control of this opening heat. Ballarat Gold sitting in second and Japan in third. So it will be Nunna Cheltenham who take out this opening heat of the boys 12 to 18 200 medley relay in a nice time of 1:59.94. A tight battle for second will go the way of Japan with Ballarat Gold in third. In lane 0, Starplex. In lane 1, Surrey Park. In lane 2, IMSC. In lane 3, Geelong. Lane 4, Bayside. Lane 5, Starplex A. Lane 6, Warragul. Lane 7, Northern Territory. Lane 8, Ballarat Gold. And in lane 9, PLC. So through the backstroke leg, it's IMSC who lead comfortably ahead of Starplex B. So IMSC still lead through the first 25 metres of breaststroke, but the whole field behind them is starting to tighten up. Warragul has moved into second just ahead of Geelong, with Bayside contending as well for those minor places. But it's IMSC who lead through the halfway mark. Warragul in second. Bayside emerges for the butterfly leg in third. So with 25 metres of butterfly less to swim, it's IMSC and Warragul going stroke to stroke. They touch the wall together. And IMSC lead through the first 15 metres of freestyle. Warragul holding down second place and storming through the middle is Starplex A. Starplex A has picked up Warragul in that first 25 metres, looking to get towards IMSC. IMSC are going to hold on and take out Heat 2 here of the boys 12 to 18 4x50 metre medley relay. Bayside in second, Starplex in third. Announcing an infraction report for event 21, heat 3, lane 3. Swimmer numbers 2's feet lost touch with starting platform before preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 21, heat 3, lane 3. Announcing an infraction report for event 22, heat 1, lane 3. Swimmer number 3's feet lost touch with the starting platform before the preceding teammate touched the wall. That's event 22, heat 1, lane 3. So MLC lead through the 100-metre mark of heat 3 of our boys 12 to 18 4x50 metre medley relay. Northern Territory sit in second, just ahead of Propulsion and Essendon. So MLC maintain their lead, but Northern Territory are starting to creep into that margin, and coming through strongly is Surrey Park. So those three teams will touch first, second and third as we head into the freestyle leg here in our third of 4 heats. Northern Territory pop up in the lead just ahead of MLC, with Surrey Park a half body length further behind. So Northern Territory have pulled out by a body length here in this freestyle leg to take out heat 3 in a nice time of 1:52.24. MLC in second and Surrey Park in third. Underway here in our fourth and final heat of event 22. Really strong start from Nuttawading B in lane 9. They led through the first 15 metres. Now Traralgon in lane 8 are contending for the lead. So got swimmers all over the pool in the mix here in this fourth and final heat of the boys relay. Touching the wall first at the 50-metre mark will be Melbourne Swimming Club. So Melbourne Swimming Club have a half body length lead over Traralgon halfway through the breaststroke leg of our final event of the evening. So Melbourne Swimming Club continue to lead ahead of Traralgon, with Camberwell sitting in third place. So as the butterflies hit the water, it is Melbourne Swimming Club leading, Traralgon maintaining their hold of second place, Camberwell in third, and Nuttawading in fourth. So Melbourne Swimming Club are the clear leaders as we approach the last 15 metres of butterfly. They lead by 2.5 body lengths, with Nuttawading now moving into second place. So Melbourne Swimming Club comfortably in the lead. A nice tight battle between Nuttawading and Camberwell for second place. Melbourne Swimming Club maintaining their strong lead here in the final 15 metres. Campbell have moved into second place, but it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who take it out at 1:46.54. Campbell in second and Nuttawading in third. That concludes the racing here on night one of the 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We had a great start of the evening session with those fantastic 1500s, and the action continued with those relays, great swims across the pool and across many different clubs. We look forward to you guys joining us again at 8:30 tomorrow morning for day 2.